There's Pants on Fire. Shannon Dornbush in the building. What an interesting 4th of July weekend we have. We'll talk about that later. Um, Man, today you atheists are just killing me in the community. And I guess evolutionist is the proper word because every time I say that, Shannon, I'm told, oh, I'm not an atheist. They just believe in what the atheists believe. Uh, so it's like, okay, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. You're a confused theist. Okay. Um,
I'd I'd
depending on,
actually I'd actually like to hear an atheist say he doesn't believe in evolution and
I'd
then
love,
give us his theory
I would
of what
love,
happened.
yeah, that would be phenomenal. Oh my gosh. So you got to be careful with these classifications. We have to be very specific. Not that anybody plays semantic games or anything, but you're out there arguing with people, and they just cannot take it, and they flip out, and they get really disgusting. They cannot handle being in an argument. They literally have to get nearly criminal when you make false accusations. And today's not the first day, and I'm not going to say that this was even the worst because it's probably the lightest of what I've actually had to put up with in the past month or so. They've been very sick, and it's been literally disgusting with this community of hate, basically. And it's literally got nothing to do with a gentleman that stopped by on True Empiricism's show today for the first time in a while, and everybody likes to talk about him, but it has nothing to do with him. And because that gentleman only flips out once every 2 months, Shannon. I mean,
Yeah.
we have people on our own side that are supposedly our brothers and sisters that are flipping out like
I
daily.
flip out.
Right? No, you have flipped out, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Yep,
Oh,
exactly.
I'm
But now, do
human.
you now you often? I think I want to say this out there. Most people do resort to just attacking when they flip out. They just attack, right?
Hmm.
Okay, and that happens, and you know what? That's the thing is that that's a standard that we ourselves say is that we hold ourselves to that standard. But when the atheists do it, it's just normal. It's normal to flip out though. But we have people in our own community doing it, and it's people know who it is, and I don't know if we need to mention names, but there are a lot of people that constantly do a lot of hangouts and say they're Christian, but don't do really a lot of Christian things, and sometimes embarrass me. I know I've been embarrassed.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Embarrass you and not stick up for you and not treat you as an actual brother. Instead, treats you like you're an enemy.
yeah, it's kind of scary, and it seems like every time there's I hate to say this. I don't know how I put this in the words. Of course, I'll be something. They're going to call me sexist and a racist or whatever. But it's like there's always this damsel in distress thing going on. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
is that the proper term? So I don't know. There's so many, non-Christian females, intelligent, very articulate. Probably, honestly, the best part of the atheist community is honestly probably the girls. As far as having a conversation, I hate to admit that. But it's true. The men are just very angry, and they just joke. Everything's a joke to them. But when you talk to these ladies, you actually get a conversation with them, even though they hate your guts. I know I'm hated, and Tanya wants to shoot basically kick me in the nuts, because I pissed her off a couple times, and I do get on. It seems like I get on all the people's nerves that I like. Like, oh, these people are cool. I'm gonna talk about, and the next thing you know, I'm pissing them off because they're given some type of psychotic babble, and they start to lie because they feel really pressured into like scientific ideas and questions or things about history. So they literally start attacking you, with lies, and it's kind of just disturbing now. It's like, what am I doing here? I'm talking to just people that just have to hate.
Yeah, it's their calling. They have to do it. It's just the way they are. That's why I don't converse with them anymore because it's just background noise to me now.
Right.
I, in all honesty, these people are gonna go to hell, and we're not gonna be worrying about them no more. So why
I wish
should we
that
worry
wasn't true.
about them as of now? I mean, yes, we will preach the gospel for them if they come to us, but I
Yep.
don't think we have to go out and berate these people with these silly little
Yep.
questions. They're not listening. We
Well, you
need to
can't
go to
have a
people who
conversation.
listen.
Right. You really
Mhm.
can't have a conversation except for what I was talking about earlier with some people you can talk to, but for the most part, when you're talking to the guys, like with, I'll say J.D. Kane, and he's actually a cool dude, and I actually like him, even though he's kind of a brat, and a lot of Christians can't stand him, and he does say some obnoxious things, and he does tell some lies. But for some reason, I can't hate these atheists as much as they hate me. Now, tonight, though, I did get a little annoyed with a particular person who's a deist because I was called sexist because her argument literally blew up in her face and she looked foolish. So.
Wasn't it because you like mentioned the carburetor?
No, it was a simple question. People are saying, they're asking me, well, do atheists understand evolution? I go, no, I've never met an atheist who understood evolution. And then, of course, I'm told by this person, well, then by that meter, you don't. That's not true because this and that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? People just because they believe in something doesn't mean that they know how it works. And I said, do you drive a car? And the person said yes. And I said, do you know how the car works? And she said, yes, I do. So we don't need to talk about this. And then I said, okay, well, what are the 4 strokes to an internal combustion engine? And all of a sudden, this deer in the headlights look at me, and I'm just talking about the basic fundamentals 101 of mechanics. The very basic of how an internal combustion engine works. That's 4 strokes. Is very simple, and everybody knows that. I knew about cars. And
yeah, I knew that too. You just have to look at your engine and you see it.
Well, yeah, it's intake, compression, power, and exhaust. The first is the intake stroke, sucks in air. The next stroke, the piston goes up, and it compresses that air because now the intake valve is closed. And then that piston's going to come down again, the third stroke, which is called the the exhaust stroke, and it's going to combust, and that's how it's going to work. So intake, compression, power, exhaust. So the power is the stroke that's going to go down, and that's how you get your power to the crankshaft. But this is just basic, simple things. Like everybody knows that spark plugs on top of the piston, stuff like that. But when you ask a simple question like that, what are the 4 strokes of an engine? And I know I'm going to get flack for it, and it's funny. If you get deer in the headlight look, you do not know how your vehicle works, but you can still use it. I can still operate a car not knowing how anything works, and that's how most drivers, especially in America, are. They don't know how anything works, but they use it. So I mean, how many people now that are able to afford these things and be successful or be monetarily comfortable really want to work at anything anymore? And you can see these people exposing themselves when they don't know how anything works as far as mechanically or computers or technology, that they have a general understanding, like this makes power, this does this, but they don't understand how anything works. They don't know the specifics, and it doesn't mean they can't operate the thing. So any idiot can believe in evolution and not have a clue about it. And that has been debunked. So I'm sorry, atheists. You don't know what you're talking about. You just pretend to know science. None of you have a clue of even the basics. You deny the laws of thermodynamics. Every time I speak to these people, they immediately say, no, the second law doesn't matter on Earth because it's not an isolated system, because that only happens in an isolated system. And it's like, that's psychotic.
We are on an isolated system. I don't know why they don't think we're isolated. There's space and we're on Earth, which is a big fishbowl. I don't understand how they say that we are not isolated.
I'm just going to technically say,
isolated.
Technically, the Earth is listed as a closed system. And I explained this to Alex Botten months ago, and actually he didn't even know he actually was completely backwards on this the first time I talked to him 4 or 5 months ago. He had absolutely no clue himself, because the next day he came back and had to correct himself and say, oh, I really meant this, when actually my comment to him, or what I was explaining to him, was actually the exact explanation of the laws of thermodynamics. So it showed that this person, who's regarded as a highly, basically respected atheist, and he is definitely probably one of the most respected atheists, if not the most respected atheist in the community, and that's because he doesn't do a lot of mischief often. When he does, it's good, but he doesn't do it often, so he can do it intelligently. Some people have to do it all the time. That's when it's obnoxious, and these people need to be, taking some time off. And that, I think some people in the Christian community need to take some time off, to be honest.
I do too, and I think they need to start reading the Bible and doing what it says.
Something like that.
Because the person who coined that phrase is clearly in error of a lot of things. Especially,
yeah, definitely. It's always a damn.
Especially God didn't create Satan. That's like, he's creator of all.
Right. It's a damsel in distress thing. Damsel. Oh, today that's crazy. I wasn't there. I don't know about what he said today, but just the way he acted and how he can't really get to the when somebody calls somebody a disgusting name, he can't even help out the his Christian so-called brother, you know. So that's all right. That's all good. I figure it out the hard way every time. I don't care.
Don't
What?
worry. He acts like he's not my brother, ergo he's not my brother.
Yeah, and I
So,
will. You know, the thing is, it's not going to matter because you know, it just mind over matter. So who cares? And you know, I just wish people would grow up and stop acting like you know babies, to put it lightly. But man, the hate though, the hate is everywhere. How about these? It's like a record number of sock accounts everywhere.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, I get them
Oh,
all over the
dear
place
Lord,
lately.
it's like I'm talking to how many people at one time. Half of them might be real. You know, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, I got my phone. Let me just text this person back who tells me that I'm wrong about everything and I should die or something. You know.
Oh yeah, the vicious things they
Oh,
say.
nasty.
I think the worst comment I had was you're probably gonna rape your kids and drown them in the bathtub, you crazy psycho
Well,
beat.
that person definitely holds the higher moral ground. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, come on.
Right. Right. Wow.
I,
Yeah. Yeah.
oh,
What do you
I just
expect?
want.
So we're dealing with you know a lot of asinine people, but the funny thing is that I guess we're kind of maybe saying the right things because if they're flipping out like this, then clearly they are very insecure about their belief systems because obviously Jesus Christ is the one and only true God.
Amen. Amen. They're always going to be insecure with their beliefs because they don't hold anything to be true. Science is a structure that is in constant fluctuation and change. Of course, they're not going to have any ground of solid truth to them. They don't know what truth is.
They don't believe in it.
No.
No, they say that there is no truth. So not most of them. I would say the majority, though. A lot of them say that you cannot be a believer in absolutes. You know, is impossible, and that just saying that is kind of impossible. Then also, so it's always self-contradictory.
Mhm. Absolutely. You got something you want to say, baby? No. Oh, my husband's listening in.
Oh, tell him I said hi.
You want to say hi?
Hi.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, not much. How about you?
Man, just putting up with these psychotic atheists, actually, and deists. That's all. How about you, man?
Oh, I'm same thing, same battle.
Yeah, it just keeps me sharp. Every time I go to the range, I'm like bullseye after bullseye because of these people. I'm telling you, it's just too easy. Um, Look at this right here. Ezekiel 33. Let's see. I'm going to read this right here. Ezekiel 33:10. Therefore, O thou son of man, speak unto the house of Israel. Thus ye speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us, and we pine away in them, how should we then live?
Good answer. How should we live?
Thus speak, saying, if our transgressions and our sins be upon us. Man. You know, when I started reading, it totally, absolutely trips me out, like how everything in here has such meaning if you're honest with yourself, and it's almost scary, and it really sometimes just gets your heart going.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Also, 8, when I say unto the wicked, O wicked man, thou shalt surely die if thou dost not speak to warn the wicked from his way. That wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will require at thine hand. So they're right there. I mean, if you're gonna do stupid stuff, I mean, you're gonna pay for it.
Oh yeah, and G-Man shutting up his fellow brothers and sisters in Christ.
Yeah.
He's actually putting our blood on his hands, and the people that we're trying to warn. He's putting their blood on his hands. He's got very bloody hands right now, and he's completely ignorant to that fact.
Yeah.
Because he
Oh,
doesn't read
absolutely.
his Bible. I don't know how far he's gotten into the Bible. I really don't, because the things he says makes no sense at all. I'm like, what?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, and it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's all the time. It seems like there's always something, and now I'm getting yelled at because somebody said something sick about me because they got, put in their place because they didn't know what they were talking about. So then they had to call me something like sexist, which is disgusting. And then he actually can't even think that that would be so serious. You might not, want to even get involved in the conversation, or maybe you should actually back up your so-called fellow brother. So,
Yep.
disturbing.
Yep. He's not going to do it.
It's all good, man.
I
No
mean, I
worries.
don't. And he won't listen. And that
No, but
only
nobody.
tells me one thing about him. If you're not going to listen, if you're going to stick up for people who are not, your brothers and sisters, you have a problem. You have a problem. And it makes me sick, the fact that the Christian community can't come together and squash out these goats. It drives me nuts. Why can't you see it? It's like, to me, it's like as clear as day about certain people. I don't know how they can't see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I just don't know why it's always got to be about you all the time. Like, why does it always have to be about you? There's people out there that just always got to get involved in everything. I mean, I'm quiet all the time in these hangouts, but then when I speak, I get interrupted because people just know when I'm talking that they're usually losing the argument, I guess, because they have to resort to just literal, almost criminal accusations. So I think that's what it comes down to, is when these people do realize that they're full of shit, they literally have to attack. And it just seems like G-Man almost does that as well. Like he feels like he's worried about me or something like that. I mean, he's mentioned it to me a couple times, like trying to replace him. He says weird stuff like that. And if he wants to say those things and say, ask me questions like, "Are you trying to be the next G-Man?" I mean, he's obviously ignorant. And he's never watched anything I've ever done, because I don't host anything, do I?
No, you don't. I wish you would, though.
When's the last time I hosted anything? Was, I don't know how many months ago. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much, chicken shit bitches, putting their stuff up all the time, giving us plenty of work. I didn't even see the point, but I guess tonight when people personally insult me is probably why I'm doing this. But man, these people think that I'm trying to do something. I mean, these atheists asked me to come on here. Now, those that in particular did, I'm not actually including in the liars that I believe are liars that we're talking about tonight. I will say that they have actually been a little bit more respectable, honestly, the first people that I started talking to. But for the most part, the rest of the community is as disgusting as previously described. So,
Well, I honestly don't trust anyone by the name of atheist, because I've seen them, be nice to you for a while, and then they'll just completely turn their back on you and stab you in the back and release every single information you ever gave them out to the world. And it's like, what in the world did I do?
right.
They're backstabbers.
Oh, yes.
I mean, how many times have you had that happen to you?
There, at least, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 times, and he knows who he is, and it was very, very sad to see him do that. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't need to have everybody know everything, and if people ask, that's the thing, is that the videos are up there. People, don't really put this stuff down. It usually stays up. I mean, you can watch this stuff and you can see the truth. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, I'm just tired of the lies that certain people are telling me. I think the biggest lies about me is probably this thing with Alex Botten is the biggest one. Trying to make me look like I'm psycho because he decided to say something incredibly horrible.
Right.
And now I'm the crazy one because he said something that he shouldn't have said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is, if he said anything like that, he should have apologized. It's that simple.
I wish he would apologize.
Simple. But sometimes he goes a little psychotic and he goes into this other mode that he kind of doesn't realize he's in, I think, and then he might say something, and the next day he's out of it for a couple months. You know what I mean?
Well, he already admitted he doesn't really know what reality is.
Well, he'll change his mind on that, though. He goes back and forth. He's not someone that just, stays in the same belief system for very long, Shannon.
Okay.
But the good news is that honestly, he has been not a part of most of the antics, unless he's doing some of these sock accounts. But I'm not. This has nothing to do with him really, as far as I'm concerned, because I just, well, if he does sock accounts, that's his problem, and I guess I'll just keep talking to sock accounts. It's all.
Yeah.
I guess if that's how they want to spend their time, because I'm so important, and I'm not talking about him specifically, but there's obviously many people that are doing that, and that's fine. It gives them something to do, gives me somebody to make sure that the Bible is proven again. Every time these people will talk to you, the Bible is completely solidified.
Yeah.
So why would I not talk to these people, Shannon? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? You know what it is? I think it's just a lack of truly understanding life, and I think a lot of these people that go to college at a young age, they went through school, they were productive, they were good at school, they got kind of that ego, they got that scholarship, they did this, oh, look how I am, oh, I'm so proud of myself, and look at my pictures with my family, all that stuff, and they go to college and they just all of a sudden they're it, and they came from a monkey, so they're actually more evolved than you. You know what I mean? So they're actually better than you. They figured it out. They were smart enough to go to school, and evolution must be true, because you know what? It's so much easier to just love myself than to love God. And that's where you get these people. These are indoctrinated people of probably the institutes of the United States. It's not like these are born and raised psychotic atheists. You know what I mean?
No, the schools were designed that way
Yeah.
to indoctrinate these people into these lies.
Yeah.
Hitler had to do the same thing to his people. He had to indoctrinate them.
It
What's
does.
a better
It does.
way than starting
Yeah.
at a child?
It does seem like 1930s Germany, doesn't it? As far as the way the crowds go to these, things, and what we pay our attention to, what's important to us, where our money's going. Us saying that I don't know about you, but I don't believe in borders. Really, I think the whole people get upset about illegal aliens. I hear lots of atheists really get pissed about illegal aliens too. They love their country. So it's interesting, but I honestly think that when I came to the realization that Jesus Christ was my God, I thought, wow, now I have to really have morals. I really know that I had to do things differently. I really had to know that I basically, literally, had to come to the realization of how sinful I am and my problems. And man, I'm definitely a sinful person, obviously. And if the atheists say that, then they're absolutely right. And if every time a deist says that about me and says, oh, look how Christian you are, mocking me, then they might be absolutely right.
Yep.
Absolutely right. But the problem is that is their defense mechanism. And those are their words that they're using because they get scared. And because someone's playing their game and someone's beating them at their own game. Because I'm obviously a filthy person. Why? Because I can talk to atheists. And I can be at their level. So I guess I am a filthy person, Shannon.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I was an atheist, and I can't even relate to them. I don't know how to relate to them.
I think I can. I got to be honest. I can see where they're coming from. Not that I would say the things that they say. I would never say those kind of things. I would be, I'll give it to Chris. For the most part, Chris Mahdi's been pretty respectable. You got to give it to that guy. He's been one of the definitely nicer dudes out there. So I would say God bless him. And there's a couple nice ones out there, right? Though, to be honest, we're not saying all of them are destroying themselves quickly, faster than they can deteriorate. I mean, it is what it is, and I do pray for them, and I do say, for guys like Mark that are hysterical trolls that cannot stay off my back, I say, hey man, I'm sorry it sucks for you.
Oh, Mark Unoya, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, Mark Annoying, I think his name is.
Yeah. Oh my God. That man, I have blocked so many times because he keeps making other accounts just to harass me.
Yeah. I used to be cool with the dude. I thought the dude was cool at first, and he was telling me about something about his family, and that's something that's really similar to what was going on in my family. And I was like, I kind of felt this pain, and I was like, that sucks. I'm going to pray for you, bro. And we talked, and we had a good conversation for a long time, but he started to get really nasty. So.
Yeah, he turned.
Oh well, they can only hang around with a real creationist so long, and it just kind of starts blowing their mind, like how you don't fall for their bullshit, and they really start getting freaked out. So I do have one atheist friend that is a obviously an evolutionist, an intelligent man who's a good friend of mine. I've known him for 10 years, and I can get along with anybody, Shannon. But that's the thing. They don't want to get. They just want to hate. Not all atheists are like that. It's the ones on YouTube, Shannon, that are like that for the most part.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Facebook is pretty harsh.
Well, the same
There's a
thing
lot
on
of
the internet. Yeah,
discrimination.
yeah, that's fine. Whoever wants to just talk about themselves and they're the most amazing thing on earth on Facebook and YouTube, and they love themselves so much, and that's wonderful. And
Yeah,
that's why they hate
exactly.
everybody else. So they have to find reasons to, make themselves feel better. You are, a disgusting human being to them, and so am I, and I'm fine with that. It's okay. It doesn't bother me.
How do you like for instance like say it's okay to do that, or like how do you not, how does it not, why doesn't it affect you is what I'm trying to get at.
I guess because they're just other people, and they're just saying words because they're angry and they're ignorant. And I guess years of discipline, because maybe it's not my first time arguing with somebody. But these people are just confused human beings that are looking for truth, that are just looking down the wrong hole because they've already bought into it and invested so much time. So they would never want to give up their entire investment, the people they know, the things they've done, their experiences, the things that they don't want to regret. I mean, let's really be honest. So they have latched on to this psychological jail, that they have taken all of what they believe in and taken it with them in the jail, and they can't get out of it because they don't want to lose what's with them. So all of their conversations and all the times they had to hate on a Christian, they could not let that just be on their mind anymore. They have to just wipe it away because they came from a primordial soup and eventually turned into fish, and then amphibians and reptiles, and of course mammals, and of course bears. And oh, wait a minute. Even though bears have feet, it's the apes, and then humans, and then consciousness from accidental nothing, Shannon. So what can you tell these people? That, I mean, there's nothing you can tell them anymore. That's why they're on here, to tell you that they will never change their mind. So these people aren't going to change their mind. So I might as well just talk to them. I'm not trying to change their minds. There's a lot of cool atheists I like talking to still. You know what I mean? But there is a general serious majority. Sadly, the majority are psychotic, to say the least.
Yeah, I very much agree that they are psychotic in a lot of ways.
Not the Awesome Crew show. I'm literally going to actually take them out of this. They have not been this hateful ever, what these people are doing now. I am going to say that. Now, if they want to, that's fine, and we can certainly add them to the list. But as of now, I am putting them into a different section as far as I'm concerned. I do not blame them for this type of rhetoric.
So, okay, I've been kind of away from the Hangouts, so for like, I think like a month and a half.
Like 3 months.
3 months?
2 months.
There's 2 months? Okay. Something like that. I don't know. It's summertime. Time seems to slip away on this summer. But anyway, what kind of things have they been doing lately that, is it just the mean-spirited comments, or is it more than that?
Yeah, it's a lot of things, to be honest. There's many things. It's not just a few. I wish it wasn't this many, because it's literally sickening, honestly, to talk about all these things that you have to put up with from this community. There obviously will be some people left out of this, such as Fiona Robinson. She is not in this group of people that has been disgusting. I will say that she is not one of them, and she obviously is I guess she's a Christian. I don't know, whatever. That's not for me to deal with, okay? But I'm not saying that she would do something like this. And again, there are some people that have been okay, even though they like to slander and stuff. There's a certain level, is what I'm talking about, that you just don't get to. Now, of course, you have the liars and the constant lying, and I'll tell you what. I shout out to Veckel for having to put up with most of it. And God bless him for doing a great job of turning around and literally saying sorry, and he didn't budge. And I got to commend Veckel for that, for being a man, because there are not a lot of men Christians around here, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's kind of hard to find, to be honest with you. So God bless Veckel. What a guy. And these guys were trying to murder him, and he was like, sorry, but this is my belief system, and I don't care what you people think, and I believe in the Bible, and there's nothing you can do about it. And he was very cordial about it, and he didn't turn like me and get angry and try to embarrass him or anything. And he was totally nice about it. And so, I mean, to act like that shows you that there are some good-hearted people here, and that is cool that he went about doing that. None of us are perfect. I sure as hell am not, but I got to give props to Beck for that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. He is one of the only Christians I know in the Hangouts that actually provides scripture. A lot of them just throw it around just to prove that they're right, but not to, show what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one thing I hate about certain people in the Christian community is them throwing scripture around just to prove themselves right.
And usually skewered.
Yeah, and it's usually it's like
skewered.
It's not about you; it's about God. And it just sorry, venting. I'd actually love to have conversations about the Bible more in Google Hangouts instead of focusing on atheists all the time. If they want to listen, they can listen. I think they'd probably learn a lot more if we actually stuck to scripture than to argue with them over these minute points about science that they don't even know is fully true or not because, now the scientists are...
They are pretending to know. They pretend you have it figured. Try to find two people that agree and have the same story, please.
Yeah, exactly. Now scientists, because evolution isn't hashing out, now scientists are doing this combination of evolution and panspermia, like life came from a different planet. And I think they're trying to point it to Mars. So we all came from Mars now.
Oh, I bet we did. I bet we bounced off Mars on a rock and it created life because when you put something in the oven, for a couple of weeks, you get life from that.
Well, I think maybe they think that men are from Mars, women are from Venus is true. Maybe that's how the sexes came about.
There you go. That's it. That turned out to be true all along?
Yeah.
Oh, man, what a boring creation. I would commit suicide if I was some of these people. That would be worthless, wouldn't it? Man, I like the way God did it. He made Earth, boom, all the animals, everything was amazing, and then people had to screw it up. So
we always screw things up.
Exactly, we screw up everything. Good. They really screw it up, man. They don't even want what God's creation. Could you imagine not even wanting God's creation? Oh my God.
Oh, the people that say I'd rather go to hell than this. You'd rather go to hell than not cry or be sorrowful? You'd rather go to hell than that.
I just don't understand how they can be so blind to just the world.
It's God's will, man. That's all I can see is it has to be an act of God for them to be in this type of delusion that they're in. And they are delusional. And they're very they are constantly fed by their emotions.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. That is what they do. And I asked them, don't let your evolved emotions get in the way of this and get angry. I mean, they're just random chemicals. They're just, you know what I mean? I don't see how they can really justify being upset. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. If it's just
they justify being upset. Are you acting like an animal? That's why you should start acting them. Are you acting like an animal? Is that why you're upset? Because you think you're an animal.
I'm not an animal. I'm a human being.
Oh, I know, but they do. They do. They think they're okay, so they think they're an animal, and that's what maybe I should start asking you, atheists, that if you think you're an animal, that's why you're acting this way.
Ooh.
Oh, buddy. Oh, I'm
scared.
Oh. Yeah. Isn't it?
Where is everyone?
Oh, no, they can stay out, actually. Other than Shea-Dubs, I think Raw's going to take a period off or something. I don't know what he's doing. He might be gone for some unknown amount of time, and I definitely want to give a shout out to him. That dude is he's definitely my brother on here, and I love talking to that dude. And he is actually super talented and probably the most talented musician, I think, in the community. I might be biased, but
Veckel?
no, Raw 5069.
Oh, Raw. Yeah,
Yeah.
Raw is such a sweet man. He really is a sweet man. And, you know, I'm glad he's my brother. Because he takes care of us in the long run. You know, he always warns us and tries to protect us as much as he possibly can. You know, he's a big, lovable teddy bear. But, oh, yeah, G-Man also said don't trust Pillbox. He said don't trust Pillbox.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Matthew 4:19, don't trust him. Don't trust
Whoa,
Bible.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just going to say this right now. I did not hear that, but all I got to say about that is if any.
Well, it was just me and him, but my husband heard it.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, that's sick. That's all I got to say. Matt, how could you? What does Matthew 4:19 do? Really? Like he does. I don't see him throwing anything out there. This is just pure hypocrisy, and I hate it. You know what it is? That this is what the atheists have been right about the whole time. If what you're saying is true, and it's just pathetic. That's really sad. Well, you know, the atheists get that, and that's about it. They can have G-Man, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Okay, next.
So he gave a Bible thumping wingnut. I mean, he gave out a whole line of these known Calvinists on YouTube of who I should not trust, trying to dictate to me on who I should trust and not trust. You know, they're all wrong, but I'm right. G-Man's right, yeah.
Oh, man.
All right.
Genius. He's a real man of genius.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going around bashing you guys.
Man, we might have to speak out of the Bible again here.
Yeah.
Dear Lord, I am so sorry for this embarrassment. Dear God, that's all I got to say.
Like, and I'm trying my damnedest trying to warn people about him.
Well, I think that we shouldn't even talk about him anymore, to be honest with you, because if somebody was supposed to hear what we just said, then they're going to hear it, and if not, then it doesn't matter, because that's it, and we're not going to waste our time with ridiculous. I just don't want to waste my time with hysterical bullshit anymore, and I just don't have any time for it. Like I would rather just deal with atheists. Let me talk to atheists. And, you know, they actually at least try, even though they're fanatical animals. They do try, and at least they're on the right side, and I don't have to worry about them, you know, switching it up on me and doing something stupid like that. So if they want to be on their side, yes, good for you for being an atheist. You're on the right side. By judging how you act, you're definitely on the right side, just so you know. And that's how it is true for most of the atheists. I don't want them to get confused with what I mean and what I'm saying right now.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, it's just. Sorry, I'm a little frustrated right now at what happened.
I think we got to admit we both got frustrated today, and I admit that I rarely get actually frustrated, rarely. But it was actually a Christian that frustrated me. You know, it's never an atheist. It's usually a Christian, or a so-called Christian. I don't know, whatever.
So-called.
So let's see here. Let's see. I'm just looking for an important phrase in the Bible here. Oh, this one. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, and that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and He called the darkness night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
Yep.
That's what it says, people, and these people were intelligent scholars beyond your comprehension, atheists. You don't have a clue of how smart they were. They probably knew 100 times about mechanics and art and things like, but you would never understand. So just to doubt these people, you completely slit your intellectual throats. Every time you do not believe what these people are saying is what they're saying, you slit your throats. Now, you don't have to believe it. That's another measure. And you atheists can say, or deists, whoever you want to call yourselves, say, I don't believe in the Bible, that's fine. But once you say that you don't think that it's saying what it's saying, you are a retard. And that is your problem. If you cannot read words, you're retarded. That is your problem. Yes. I will say it again. You are retarded. You are forcing yourself to be retarded from actual knowledge. If you cannot read the Bible and read it and say, oh, it says first day, and accept that's what it says. That's the reality, period. There's nothing you can do about it, atheists and deists and whoever else wants to not call themselves a Christian because they think that's what they want to figure out. However, which way you want to do it wrong, and insult yourself and make it difficult or whatever. And I apologize to some of my theist friends because I do have them, but I also have atheist friends.
Oh, Lord.
I wonder who this dude is.
He's a Muslim, obviously.
Okay, well that's fine. He can, if he wants to say something, he can. I have no problem letting anybody really say what they want. So, but anyway, as I was saying, it's pretty much, I guess a bad time to be an atheist nowadays, Shannon.
Oh, yeah, it's a really bad time for an atheist. I wouldn't want to be an atheist at this time.
Yeah.
Especially when the Antichrist rises and they're the first to go. They're going to have a very bad mess on their hands. Or the Islamics do it for them.
Well, hold on one second. Let's, Anthony, do you hear me? You're going to have to unmute yourself, Anthony, and say something. What's up, man?
Oh, I remember this guy. He told me once that the Bible is corrupted and the Quran is the only correct blah, 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 blah.
Well, the Quran actually says the Bible's without error, doesn't it? Or something like that? Weird.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Well, I guess if he has nothing to add, I'm going to give him a couple seconds, but, it's just not a sit-along, so if you want to participate, you have something to add, please let me know, Anthony, because going to have to boot you, buddy. Sorry. So anyway, it's a bad time to be an atheist, and I think that's where the deist and anything, for some reason, whoever these angry people are, evolutionists, let's just start calling them evolutionists because they know that's what they are. This really comes down to one agreement, Shannon, and it's always been only one agreement. It is evolution versus reality. It is evolution versus God. It's always been that. So they are evolutionists. And they denounce reality because they have no choice because they've invested their entire life, like I was saying earlier. I mean, they've invested probably years, if not decades, into knowing in their minds that the Earth is billions of years old. It came from primordial soup all the way up to mammals into consciousness, and we are the Homo sapiens sapien. And Lucy was discovered in 1970, yada yada, and they never found any foot bones, but because they drew the picture on the wall with feet, that's clearly the missing link. Even though they found no foot bones of Lucy, that's not important. So that's their excuse. Because of more frauds in the scientific community, which is the picture of Lucy that was drawn. I heard that subject been brought up recently, so atheists like talking about Lucy. We'll go along with that, or allele frequencies, or any type of other subject if they ever want to. If anybody has the guts to even join, that would be funny. I doubt they're going to have any type of... I mean, the atheists are cowards. Unless you're on their channel where they can mute you, they're not going to talk to you anyway. And that's pretty much, I don't know, 95, 98%, to be honest with you. So that's the one thing that I've always noticed, that they always have to mute everybody. Any of these evolutionists, these people that believe in evolution for some reason. And there might even be an exception, I think. Yeah, there's a couple exceptions out there. There are a couple of nice evolutionists, but for the most part, this is how they act. And that's why I literally had to be forced to just having a hangout because not only the evolution is so sick, we have sick people on the Christian side. So it's like, man, I gotta actually talk about this. That's weird. I feel really weird doing that because I don't do this kind of thing. But if I've been forced to, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I don't know how they could understand or they could even think about evolution, especially since they've actually done the DNA of Lucy and it turned out to be a regular gray ape.
Oh, I think they're still found in Sumatra. I think they're an upright walking monkey that still exists now. They're found, I think, in many parts of the world in Southeast Asia, but it is definitely a known animal that exists now even, and it's still a monkey. It still actually does not have feet. It has hands at the end of its legs. It does not have feet. When they drew the picture of it, they drew feet, human-shaped feet, with a space in between the toe, the main toe, and the second one to make it look like it was converting from a hand to a foot. They are liars. They are disgusting, just absolutely abominable, sick liars. And they've been swallowed hook, line, and sinker by people that have no choice but think that evolution must be true. God did it, but it's okay. So that's what we're forced to deal with. This type of BS, and they're telling us that that's their best evidence. That's it, because they usually don't even give evidence. They usually just give insults.
Oh yeah, the insults are lovely. What's
Man,
the worst insult you've ever had?
Oh man, the couple, man, a couple really sick, twisted God haters have actually accused me of attacking. I guess, what would you call them, adolescents and stuff like that online. Like, that's how sick these people are. Yeah, that's how sick these people are. Somebody who's underage or something, and oh, you attack this person. I'm like, wow, these people are absolutely sick. I think there was about 4 or 5 people jumping on me because I said atheists have lost their mind, and that gave them the right to say that I attacked a child or something. That's how sick these people are. Like, you talking with text messages, and you're telling somebody who's actually making disturbing 18 or older content, disturbing, insulting, and literally lying about and insulting over 1 billion people on the earth, at least, that I know are Christians. I think it was at least 1 billion, and calling them these vicious, disgusting, sick names, and somebody stands up for them, and that person is attacking a child? Are you kidding me? You know what we would have done with those people 100 years ago, Shannon?
Stone them.
Yeah, you draw them out to your courtyard, and you tie ropes around their legs, and you have them drawn and quartered. That's what they would do. Sometimes, actually, a grand larceny, which is another subject, used to be punishable by death. Did you know that?
No, I didn't actually.
I really, honestly, the death penalty thing, I used to be against it, but the way these people act now, I mean, it's just like, if they're going to be disgusting criminals, if they're going to be this sick to make those types of accusations because they want to hurt somebody that bad, they probably should go to jail. That's all I got to say. But I just know a long time ago, if you did something like that about somebody, you usually got shot in the face. So that's how it used to be handled. That's why you didn't have these cowards doing this stuff a long time ago. They never did that kind of thing. And now they think, they sit behind their computer, they're all safe. Oh, I'm going to attack him. He's such a, I hate him, different you promo. And that's how it is. Hey, Arcane, good to see you, bro. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man. We're kind of talking smack here. I think you saw the title. It's Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire. I'm not even. Yeah, I don't host these things, so I don't know how it works. That's what I wrote. Whatever.
This your first hangout?
No, I think I've had like at least one before this.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't see the title. I just got the link.
Not many people are invited. One person showed up, so I guess the link is actually public. I didn't even know it. So we might. Actually, let me see here. Do you want me to give you room control?
Sure.
I don't even. Let's see, because I don't even. Would I even want to do that? Let's see. How do you do that? Let's see. Control room. There we go. Let's see.
So you guys talking about the lies of Satan, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm giving both you guys control because that's what I do when I bring people into my house. Just so you know.
Sweet.
That's how it is. So yeah, we're talking about the liars because they're all over the place, Arcane, and it's actually got me a little irritated today.
You don't say.
A little bit, yeah, man. So yeah, I had to yell at some people.
Nothing wrong with that.
They got really upset too, but it's all good. Yep.
So what's the biggest lie you've heard yet today?
That I'm sexist.
Oh yeah, that was pretty harsh.
It was about 7 days ago. I just gave my body to my wife and my soul. I already bought her a car. She can have everything else if she wants it. And that's how I am as a person. I don't mess around when I do something. And when I got married, that's why I got married. When I could give a girl everything I owned, of course I knew I was going to marry her.
Yeah.
But so I'm not that type of person. It kind of sickens me, and I shouldn't have to explain myself and tell people what type of person I am. It's just really I'm just seems like I'm around so many sick people lately that have no choice but to resort to the most disgusting things, which literally cross the line to almost criminal territory. And that's literally what they're okay with doing now, just to literally slander people. Yeah.
So why'd you get called sexist?
Because I
Because
asked
he talked about cars.
yeah, I asked the female how her car worked, and when she looked at me like a deer in the headlights, I said it's intake, compression, power, exhaust, and then she literally, I guess, threw up in her mouth a little bit, wrote I'm sexist on the board, and then accused me of being sexist. Yeah, so
Oh yeah, I
no
remember.
big deal. No big deal. It's all good, I guess. Happened
Yeah,
for
I
a
guess she tried to play the victim role there a little bit.
Oh, she did a great job because G-Man fell right for it.
Yep. Yep. Help me, G-Man. Help me. I'm a woman, and they're
That's
taking
probably, I gotta be
advantage
honest
of
with you, I
me.
apologize though. That's probably the last time I'm going to talk about him tonight, but that is what happened. I'm just calling out because it happened to Arcane, and I know we all have different friends and stuff, and it's nothing against you, and of course you know that. It just happened like the way, and it is what it is, man. So, I mean, that happened, and that pissed me off, so.
Hey, I got called Satan the other day, so
Oh.
don't feel bad.
That's actually funny. That's
Yeah.
funny. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Fiona called me Satan, and
No.
before she cussed me out.
I wish I could get along with her. She won't let me. At first she really drove me crazy, and then actually she started being nice, and we actually had a couple conversations, but we were only able to talk for probably an hour.
What happened between you and her? I've been hearing that a lot lately from Christians that they can't get along with Fiona.
I can't get along with Fiona either. I want to, because she's got such a fabulous accent, but I can't. Because she is always sticking up for the atheists.
That's true. That is true. She constantly does, and that's what she does. Those are her friends, and she goes to Botton's house, and God bless her and for the team, but she's definitely on team atheists.
Yes,
Seems
she
to
is.
be. Seems to be. See, I'm kind of new to all these hangouts and YouTube and stuff like that. You know, I'm just now getting to know all you guys. And
Well, I bet we got to know some people today.
oh yeah, true colors do come out.
Yeah, you got caught up real quick. You're right with me now, man. I've only been here 5 months, so you already seen it. You've already met all these people as it is.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, it's sad. I mean, all we can do is pray for them, man. I mean,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
dishonesty is getting more and more prevalent.
It's scary because that's all they resort to. When you actually get into a serious argument with somebody and you really knock that point out of the park, they flip out.
Yeah.
They flipped out, and that's exactly what it's not the first time, but it happens. So
I just take the rage quit today. That was a hell of a victory for me.
well, that's funny.
G-Man rage quit?
Oh yeah, because me and him were all alone in the room after everyone left, and you know he couldn't provide with me answers or biblical scripture because he said it was unscriptural to say that God created Satan.
Really?
Yes,
G-Man said that?
G-Man said that.
I heard that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know what to say about that. Usually G-Man's pretty on with his scripture. I don't know.
No, he's not.
Well, from what I've heard, just, you know, like I said, I haven't been here that long, so.
I think what he does is he watches a bunch of YouTube videos and takes the scriptures and then uses them against people. Instead of actually reading it himself and actually learning what it says.
Well, the scripture says that God created everything. That would include Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I asked, then who created Satan? And he couldn't give me an answer at all. And I said, can I have some scripture to back that up? He's like, no, I want you to watch this hangout that I did. I was like, no, I'm not going to go and watch a lawn hangout just for you to think that you're going to prove a point.
Yeah.
And he couldn't give me any answer at all. And he rage quit.
Well,
So.
yeah, that's, you know, I would disagree with if that is what he said, I would disagree with him on that.
Oh, it is definitely. Didn't you say that, Chris?
He did. He went on for a good long while about it.
Yep.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I mean, it says that Lucifer was in God's presence until iniquity was found in him.
Hmm.
And then he became the Satan that we know about, you know.
Yep.
So, yeah,
Yep.
I don't see a scripture that would refute that.
Well, I think what it is that Arminianism that he holds so dear to his heart
Mm,
that he can't see the sovereignty of God in anything.
yeah,
He he doesn't know that God is the creator of evil too. He created everything. He doesn't get that. He thinks it somehow just appeared because of I don't know.
yeah.
I think we
Well,
should discover that.
well, G-Man, I mean, he loves the Lord. I mean, I know that. So perhaps, you know, it's a little bit hard for him to see how God could create Satan. Maybe he just has that much blind love. But I don't know. I don't know what the conversation was, you know.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
scripturally, though, God created everything. That includes Satan.
Exactly. Exactly.
But what he did, he created Lucifer with free will, and Lucifer chose to turn away from God. So it's not like he created Satan evil. He just created him with free will, and he uses autonomy to disobey God. So, you know, if that's his issue, if that's his concern, that God created an evil person, you know, I think there's ways to reconcile that.
Well, he created vessels for destruction.
Yeah, absolutely.
How
Satan
about
was
the,
a vessel for destruction.
right? How about the army? What is it out of the army out of the in the Bible and when it talks about in Revelation and all those swarms of those demons or what the flying demons or something? I mean, God made those.
Oh yeah,
So it's interesting, but those, of course, are going to destroy, you know, heathens and you name it and this and that, and I guess everything's going to get destroyed. So that's the elitists are going to get their wish.
yeah.
Now, of course, the atheist. Let's not say the C word or anything because you know what they're going to say about that. So.
You know, I've always had this fantasy, speaking of destruction and judgment, I've always had this fantasy of Richard Dawkins meeting God at Judgment Day. I think that would be the most hilarious thing ever to watch.
Well, you
I
know
hope,
what?
I hope
Actually,
all
I
Christians get to watch that.
would. Well, I think it'd be I think it'd be a lot more awesome if he came to his senses. Maybe if he got sick, if he gets sick or something like, or I'm just saying hypothetically, and he actually came to his senses. I think it would be a beautiful thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
What if
that
he
would.
told him, could you imagine how we would be so impressed if he says, "I'm sorry, you guys were right, and you were seeing him stand with, you know, someone that we, you know is a true leader in the Christian movement." I mean, wouldn't that be the coolest thing?
That would be
Oh,
pretty awesome.
that
Right.
would be pretty awesome.
And that's really what I wish for someone like him. And that's why when I saw Christopher Hitchens die the way he did, it broke my heart because that dude was a really cool guy. He
Yeah.
really was. And that broke my heart because he did not want to change his mind, supposedly. I don't know. You never know at the last second, Arcane. We weren't there. But it just, I think that really, because, you know, of course the atheist community still loves to use him. It's like, man, it's depressing. It's not cool, or they're insulting us. It's like they're mocking themselves.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When they're using, this guy died doing this, like a slug being salted.
Yeah.
And he went out that way. And you think that's cool? That's what you really think was cool, man? Death is everything. Death created everything from death, really, over millions of years. That's really cool, man.
Right. Well, it does say that, you know, even though they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them up. So, you know, possibly Christopher Hitchens was one of those guys that was put here just to strengthen my faith. Because, to be honest, man, the more I watch these atheists, the more strong I become in my faith in the Lord, the more I love the Lord.
Amen.
Exactly.
So, you know, he could be one of those people, like you said, we don't know. But God does give people up to their own affections, to their own desires.
Oh, such a sad loss. And even if atheism was correct, why would you want to go and wish yourself to just die and then not exist for anything. It makes life so meaningless.
Yeah. Well, the meaning that they put to their life is, is whatever they desire. You know, they want to be God. That's the only reason I could think that somebody would deny God is they want to be God themselves. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
they want to be the authority. They want to say, you know what, that God is evil. I'm going to oppose my standard. I want to do things my way. That's what I hear a lot of the time. Well, why wouldn't God do it like this? Or why wouldn't God do things like that? Why did he have to flood the world? Couldn't he just make everybody disappear? Well, to assume that would assume that you have all knowledge and that you're smarter than God.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
And we're not smarter than God at all. At all. I know nothing. I know
Right.
absolutely crap compared to
And
God.
right. And then that's the knowledge thing. What does every single time you're in an argument with an atheist and you're getting down to the meat and potatoes, which is evolution, they tell you every time you don't understand it.
Right.
You are not as smart as me. Every single time. And what does the Bible say about that? So every time they say that, okay, you just proved the Bible right again, and you are literally that's a defensive insult. Who says that? Who says that face to face, Arcane? No, you just don't know how this works.
And what's funny is that the Bible says, professing themselves wise, they became fools.
Every time, it's true.
What does Homo sapiens sapien mean?
Wise.
The wise man.
So stupid. So stupid. Yeah, you'd think God knew what he was talking about.
Oh yeah, that was.
Oh man, that's so interesting. Wow, every single time they just prove the entire Bible right. It's no big deal. I'm not supposed to believe in seven-headed dragons or whatever, but I don't think it's anywhere near more impossible than the religion they believe in. At least my seven-headed dragon has a source.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, they believe in magically morphing monkeys.
Right. So I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Frogs can become people.
Yes, if you kiss it long enough.
Yeah, if it just give it enough time. Just give it time. It will gracefully become a human.
Well, I think what is it? The I'm drawing a blank, of course. Haha. It's not the horseshoe crab. It's the one that died off. What is it? You mentioned it earlier, Arcane.
Did I?
Yeah, it's not a mollusk.
Trilobite.
Trilobite. Oh, they loved it. They bring up that trilobite, all the time.
They don't want God to be true.
Why do they love the trilobite so much? Why is this is that what we came from? Why is the trilobite so important? I just don't get it.
I think there's some trilobites still living, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know, but I know horseshoe crabs are still alive and they live with trilobites.
Yeah.
I don't know if trilobites are. Maybe they're not. Does them dying off show how everything got here? That's what I'm supposed to get out of it. Oh, trilobites lived 400 million years ago. Okay. Oh, and they're not alive anymore. Wow, they really evolved. What is this really what they're thinking is helping their viewpoint? You see how they're actually contradicting their entire worldview every time they open their mouth?
Right.
Not that I'm calling anybody out or anything.
Oh, you call people out. That's okay. I call
It's
people out
only every
all the
single
time.
one of them. That's all. I mean, every single one of them does this, plays this game. Except, okay, there are a couple atheists out there that I do have a lot of respect for, but 99% of them, come on.
Hey, I'm not a evolutionary biologist or anything, but what is that, Pillbox? Is that not a trilobite?
Let me see. Let's see what this
Check
is.
that out, dude.
I don't know. I would think if they lived, I think that would mean that they must have evolved. That's what they're going to say. You know that.
I mean, but these are Cambrian
Oh,
creatures.
crazy! What is that?
Is that a trilobite, dude?
No way. I don't know. I think it's a horseshoe crab. Is it? I don't know. No matter what, if I say yes, I'm wrong. So why would I say yes?
Right.
What? It's about what the size of your pinky finger, and it's swimming. And
Well,
this
it has
definitely
two things
something
on the
that's
side, and then one in the middle. That's like that thing looks like a trilobite fossil. When he turns it over,
wow, wow. It is a beautiful creature. That's crazy.
well, it looks very similar to the trilobite. So you would think that even if it's not a trilobite,
Oh
it's
my God! Look at that alien. It's the alien from Sigourney Weaver movies. What's the atheists are gonna go ape shit. The science fiction fans are going to go ape shit. It looks identical to the Queen alien when it was on its side. You atheists have got to check this out. It's called Living Trilobite by Paul Gooch. It's got less than 800 views. They're going to flip out. I don't know if it's a trilobite. It looks like the alien from Aliens, the Queen alien. That is insane.
Dude, look at the exoskeleton of that, and then Google search trilobite skeleton, and tell me what's the difference.
Well, I don't know. It might be a horseshoe crab. I have to look into this. No matter what, I'm be wrong. So let me look into this. I just love being wrong after I research it for a couple weeks. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, but this little thing is awesome, isn't it?
Let me put trilobite versus horseshoe crab. That's what I'm gonna see if they can have these side by side.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, they're so nobody knew they were that similar. Oh wow. Okay, they are very similar animals.
That looks like a trilobite.
Yeah, I can't. They're so similar as it is. Yeah, it does look like a trilobite, except the tail's long.
Yeah, the horseshoe crab. Well, that's a Cambrian creature too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's 400 million years. Yeah.
Not a single change.
Unbelievable. Crazy. And neither did those seashells, did they? We still got seashells and worms. And then, of course, you got the famous Talking Shit Tuesday reply to that is, all creatures have equally evolved the same way. Okay. We've all equally evolved. The worms and everything are all, human and worms are equal, I think, is what they're trying to say and is next for us.
See, what's up with those fruit flies, though? You think they would have evolved something by now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they're not doing so good when they put them in the microwave.
Dude, they've been frying those things for how long now? Like 100 years?
At least a couple decades, and every single mutation leads to the thing dying, extra early. Oh, that's proof for evolution right there. See how it mutated and died fast? Yes, I saw. Yes, you're right. Okay. You guys got to shake your head yes now, I think, to these people. I know. Guess what they did say? It lost the ability to reproduce. See, it's turning into a different species.
Yeah.
Wow! Every time, no longer being able to procreate shows evolution. Every time they will say
my
that.
favorite one is if you get sickle cell, you won't get malaria.
I heard somebody tell you that 2 weeks ago. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's just the dumbest piece of line of reasoning I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Everybody gets sick, and that's how everybody got better. Yeah, okay.
Right, I mean, that's the thing. Isn't that interesting? When you have a sickness or you get the cold, your immune system kicks in, so you literally sometimes can't get other diseases. Yeah, because your immune system's fighting back while you're alive. If you weren't strong enough to survive, how would you then, make children that were strong enough? It just completely destroys their argument every time. But obviously, he already survived. So
Right.
he was capable of surviving, or he wouldn't have had kids. Okay, very good, very good. You got to walk them along, and then they'll say, no, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. No.
Yeah, you have to use
What
your
am I not
imagination.
getting? I'm
Yeah,
trying.
you just gotta imagine with them, man. Just go with the flow.
Yeah. Yeah. If a white who said this? If a white polar bear survived because he's in the cold environment now, that shows natural selection. That's like, yeah, wasn't he already white?
Yeah.
Okay, how is he going to change now? He's already white. Why is he going to change at all now? He survived, and you can never get an answer. They usually just mute you. We know who I'm talking about. You got the muters. They get really upset about it.
I want to know why we lost our tails and foot feet.
Could you imagine if you could do pull-ups with your feet?
Oh, dude, I would. There's so much I could do with my feet if I had hands on them. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, I know. I'm not much of I don't really do a lot of running. I mean, I do some jogging here and there, but I think I'd rather be able to just use the monkey bars like a monkey.
Dude, I would get so many chores done in such a short amount of time. It's like,
Yeah. Yep.
I would just swing around the house, just grabbing stuff with my hand feet, man, and just going to town. I could just, I'm like, my dishes would be done in like 10 seconds flat.
Yeah.
How convenient would it be, though, to have a tail and hand feet? Come on, dude.
Wow.
So we lost that to develop.
Right, we didn't need it. No.
Yeah, we developed skin that rips every chance we get. You know how thick monkey skin is, dude? Like, they hardly ever get cut on anything.
Yeah, somebody was saying how humans were stronger today, and I was like, what are you talking about, man? My cat skull is thicker than mine. Are you kidding? My
Oh,
9-pound,
okay.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I got these animals here that are literally indestructible compared to humans. You go up to a 100-pound dog, and you tell me that it would not just annihilate a 200-pound man for the most part. Please.
Yeah.
I mean, these atheists, or whatever, evolutionists think that humans are that superior. That's why they believe in evolution. So not only are we better, we're stronger than the animals. I mean, that's what they're thinking now. Really? Have you ever seen, would you like to headbutt a ram? I mean, do you want to wrestle a lion or swim with an alligator? I mean, you people have no idea what a beast is. You are nothing. A 20-pound animal could kill you, depending on what it is.
A chimpanzee can kill you.
A 50-pound chimpanzee rip your face off and eat it.
Yeah.
And then throw poo at you.
Right, exactly. Animals
You guys ever
are
seen-
as strong as people. My gosh. Yes. Talk
You
about
guys
it.
ever seen a chimp's hair?
What's that?
You ever seen a chimp without his hair?
No, I don't think I want to.
Can you see my screen share?
Oh, man. No. Yeah, you putting it up right now?
Can you see that?
Yeah, I'm putting it up right now. Oh, wow. Is that real?
That's real, dude. That's a chimp without hair, dude.
No
He
way.
would whoop, dude. He would beat the crap out of me. Look at the muscle tone on that dude.
It's weird. That is pretty nasty. Okay, I'm going to...
They've
Oh,
got
my God.
muscle under all that hair, man. Like
That's-
gorillas, all they eat is berries, and they would rip you to shreds.
Yeah, they would. Exactly. They have killed many people.
Oh yeah. They don't take protein shakes or steroids, dude. They would freaking
Yeah, they got
annihilate you in
natural
seconds. They're so
HGH.
strong. Like, why would, if we evolve things? Yeah, if we evolved from something like that, don't you think it would have been more beneficial to keep that strength, pound for pound?
Oh, absolutely. Why would we get weaker? How are we going to survive? Does evolution know we're in a city environment with we drive cars now? Evolution figured that out, that we wear suits, so we don't need
Right.
strength anymore. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. Why would we evolve? If we're just animals, why would we start off like this as we are right now? Cavemen, so they think, coming from monkeys. That night, if it's not 70 degrees in some places, you would
Right.
literally just freeze to death. These were not ignorant people. They were highly intelligent. And then they'll say, no, they were just cavemen. You can tell by the tools. And then you go, oh, really? Can you make those tools? You just get a stare.
Right.
You know they can't make anything. And they're calling these people primitive, yet the tools that they make are, I guarantee 90% of people on this community can't do anything like that. So,
Yeah, and think about it. If the world was wiped out by a flood today, and let's say me and you, Pillbox, survived with no technology left behind,
right.
what kind of tools would we make? Wouldn't we make little simple tools just to kill whatever we had to kill to survive?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt. We would live off the land, and we would have to gather, obviously, after the flood. We got off the boat, and you can't carry tools with you. You go out to an area, okay, we're going to be here for the night. Here's a rock. Okay, I'm going to make this to this. I'm going to chop this. Next thing you know, you got a campfire and a few rocks around there with some dagger tools. 4,000 years later, oh, this must have happened 2 million years ago when man started evolving. But obviously, we're just humans making tools quickly because they're on foot or on horseback or something. Come on, this is just common sense. Think about this. It's just so simple. It really is, if you just think about it.
But it's taught in school as such a surefire, this is how it happened. Like, don't question it. You're an idiot if you think anything else happened. That's
yeah,
That's what
exactly.
pisses me off.
Yeah.
because you're teaching kids only one side, so they grow up, completely dumb to anything else. And then when they finally do reach high school or whatever, and they get on the internet and they start checking out, hey, what's up with this contrary evidence over here, Mr. Professor? Oh, those people are just cranks. They're crackpots. Don't listen to them. That's what pisses me off. It completely, I don't know, man, it dumbs us down.
Yeah, exactly. No critical thought with these people anymore because they just believe what they're taught and that's it.
Right.
Well, you can't have a conversation, then they'll just mute you. So.
Yeah, I know. The whole muting business, that made me mad.
But do they have a choice? Because they literally start to feel their heart twist inside their chest and their stomach ache. They have no choice. One dude told me, I don't like that word that you're using. What word? Already. I cannot use the word already. It already existed, so I'm not allowed to. That sounds like a demon got upset and said, oh, attack that word because he says it already existed. It sounds like a demonic thing. That's all I thought. It's almost sick. It's like, why would you attack me using the word already when I said these genetics already exist, or this animal, this white-furred animal already exists? You get attacked for saying the word already. So doesn't that tell you something?
That's so scientific.
They don't play semantic games. They just tell you not to say certain words.
That's science, baby. You ain't know?
Yeah, you just can't use certain words.
Yeah, it's like
you're not allowed to use. You can't use kind. You can't use family. You can't use already. You can't use
code.
You can't use code. You cannot use code or information. That's not. You don't know what information is. Neither one of you. You don't know what information is. Do you know what information is? No, you don't. So we're going to move on. That's how that conversation goes. You just don't understand what you're talking about. It's not really information. It's not really a code. It's just random, things that lined up together in a strand that's 150,000 miles long, and that's if it's a worm or something, I think. So that just all came together accidentally, and it just looks like it's designed. That's all. It's just like a giant spinal cord. That's all.
Dude, that's insane. 150,000 miles long inside of something that's an inch long.
Well, honestly, you got to realize actually, in some mammals and like the humans, I believe it's many millions of miles long.
That's insane.
So
inside of one cell.
Right. That's the code to write to the way you have your teeth that we're able to turn from a single cell, and you grow these hard teeth. That's all information. Just our hairlines, our eyes, all those little details, the ways our bodies are shaped differently, because no two of us are identical. Not even identical twins. And that's because God probably doesn't like clones. I think that would be a boring creation, and that's what they don't realize. They're literally attacking because there's a variety, so that proves no God. And how stupid is that?
Right.
That is so stupid.
That is right on the money.
Oh my gosh. You're just great.
Yeah, you're different than your mom and dad. Therefore, you evolved from Lucy. That
was a mutation, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that was your mutation because it didn't copy because you're not just like your mom, are you? You're not just like your dad. Okay. So you were obviously mutated, and that proves evolution.
So I wonder if Michael Jordan's kids, who obviously don't have half of the talent that he has, I wonder if they're a beneficial mutation? Would that be considered?
Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird how it doesn't do it the next time around? It usually goes back and forth. Yeah. Isn't that weird? How in families, usually, it could be brothers, though. Sometimes you got athletes, John Jones and his brother.
Yeah.
Those dudes are crazy athletes, but then the kids, the genetics the next time around, because those guys, it seems like those good parts I don't know how it works, because actually any human being that says they know how DNA works is a liar, because the geneticists have all admitted that it's 99% unknown, so we can't even know how it works, and these people, these atheists telling us that we don't understand it, are the ones pretending they know how it works.
Exactly.
And that's... Again, it's every time there's any type of subject, they're the ones that they know how it works, even though it has nothing to do with the code or information.
So what are humans evolving into? That's my question. What are we going to be next?
Oh, man.
Beings of light.
Astronauts. Let's go to space.
Multi-thumb slugs.
Star Trek.
Multi-thumb
Star Trek. Star Trek, Star Wars, exactly. That's exactly what they think. Star Wars, in a 500,000 years, we'll be traversing the galaxy and meeting new worlds. Oh gosh, dude, I've seen these nerds when they were kids, man. They were such asses, and they thought they were better than everybody back then too. Some of these scumbags.
Yeah.
You just don't understand. We're getting a rocket on Mars. Well, that's really cool because 250,000 kids has died of starvation right here. We just spent $1 billion to put some guy in a desert planet that has nothing on it. That's genius.
You know what? I was at McDonald's the other day, right? Enjoying my number two, and I looked over, and I saw this man. He was probably 300 pounds or so, but he looked just like a pig. Like, just like a pig. I mean, I'm not saying that to be mean about the guy. You know, he's created in the image of God, but still, he looked like a pig. Okay, I'm just gonna call it like I saw it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking about evolution. Like, what if that is where we're heading? What if we're all evolving into pigs? I mean, cows evolved into whales, right? Some kind of cow or something. So I'm thinking, what if we, are becoming pigs? Like all the McDonald's and the Steak and Shake and the Hardee's, we're just becoming pigs.
Okay, can I nickname myself Miss Piggy? Oh, Curry!
You're all Lucy. You're the Lucy of pigs. But that is an interesting question. Like, what do they think we're going to become now? Just
well, you know how they're all into, like, a lot of them, not all of them, but there's a big chunk of them that are those alien conspirators that think we were planted by aliens, millions of years ago, and they're going to come revisit us, and they really do think that,
They really do believe that they're going to. I believed it. Yeah.
There's like a big chunk of them, like about a quarter at least of these, like a big chunk.
No, according to their philosophy, we're going to evolve into beings of light, and then eventually evolve into planets.
So,
okay, yeah, there's all kinds of different kooks then, I guess.
Yeah, the whole new wave.
I believed it at a time period.
You were a nut job.
I was.
Oh
I
man,
was wacky out of my mind.
I was in that job too. You know what I believed?
What?
I believe the Big Bang happened, and that's how we got here. I was a complete nut job, I swear.
Out of your freaking mind.
Yep. Also, that means all of us were.
I thought that too. I admit it. It seemed so reasonable, right? There was nothing else that I've heard.
Well, it must be true. Arcane, it must be true. I mean, these scientists, you got to trust them.
Yeah, how can I question that, dude? I don't know half of it.
No, you can't. If you question them, you're denying the Holocaust. So don't question. You're a Holocaust denier. That's what it is. That's the new thing. I'm just predicting. That's pretty much what's going to happen next. Is we're going to be accused of being Holocaust deniers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, seriously, look at the trend.
Yeah.
You don't understand how it works. So you don't think the Holocaust happened. You're Hitler. Okay. That's
they
about...
call me a 9/11 denier or a
Oh, nice. Yeah, 'cause they got that all figured out too.
Yeah.
They know exactly about everything. They know everything. They're not just experts on God and your religion. They're not experts on their own religion, but they are experts on everything else. They don't want to talk about what they believe, but they sure do love talking about what everybody else thinks.
Yeah, they know the Bible more than us.
Oh yes. Yeah, you don't even understand the Bible, Arcane, compared to any of these atheists, actually. They all have actually understood it before you and used to be Christian, so you actually don't even get it. So.
I mean, what can you say back? I mean.
Right, it's just what I mean, I wish I was joking.
Yeah.
I don't know what to, that's what, I mean, I don't do a lot of these hangouts, Arcane, obviously. We've never even been on one of mine, so. And Shannon's definitely not been on one of mine. There's something, these people are, they're pushing buttons because they're turning fanatical. They literally have no choice. And I'm going back to obviously what this started about is, it's not no longer are you able to have discussions, because once you really drive a point home and kind of just show how none of these people know what they're talking about, you absolutely are going to be attacked.
Yep.
And they've already attacked Beckel. They've already attacked Beckel too, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. They always attack Veckel, and I'm like, why would you attack Veckel? He's so polite.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
have you,
attacking me is one thing, but I know I'm a loudmouth schnook. But I mean, Veckel, no.
And I know and also Arcane. They have been giving Arcane a lot of flack. They didn't, get onto him easy. I noticed.
Yeah, they hate me with a passion.
They went for his throat. You must have. The thing is that you actually handle some of these guys a lot better than I do, and you just with your calmness. I try to just chop their heads off and then blow their brains. So I just want to make them look stupid. But you actually try to have a nice conversation with them, and they get even more pissed off.
Yeah, I think after I embarrassed Alex Botten, they really had it at gun for me.
Oh yeah, did he block you too, or?
No, he didn't block me, but
no, he's going to continue to talk to you, I'm sure. And I do want to say this about Alex Botten is that he's actually one of the less offenders. It's just that when he does offend, he does a really good job.
Every time I've seen him, he's not serious. He always has this. It almost seems like it's a game to him. Like he knows he can't win, so he's just gonna be the guy in the game, acting obnoxious and causing confusion.
Yeah.
He's that guy. Yeah.
He just, you got to realize he is an elitist. I think I was talking about this earlier. One of his shows is called what? The Aristocrats. So what does aristocrats mean? I mean, this isn't a coincidence.
Right.
And that's okay. And Christopher Mahdi's on there, and that's he's kind of a cool dude. I actually like talking to Chris. He's one of the atheists that's probably one of the least offensive. I don't know if you've talked to him a couple times, but
what's his name?
Christopher Mahdi. But some of these guys are okay. And Alex Botten could be cool. But Alex Botten was cool at the very beginning. And then I think he just lost his mind after he talked to me the first week because he thought he was going to get something on me. And they actually were part of the group that called me to come online because I had never done anything like this before Arcane. I had never been on YouTube until Alex Botten's group kind of said, hey, you need to come on here so we can embarrass you. And then I went on and embarrassed them. And then, of course, they just had to block me. And, the rest is history.
Do you have that recorded?
Yeah, it's called Alex Botten Speaks to a Shouting Lunatic. And the part two is MG42 Pillbox tells the world what's wrong with science or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, so he didn't want to talk after that because that's when he learned what the laws of thermodynamics were and a lot of other things. Because apparently he wasn't very versed in science. I believe he's a philosopher dude. He's a very intelligent person, but it's not with science.
See, that's why it's hard for me to believe that he's serious. I actually think he's a misinformation agent. Like I said, nobody can be that stupid.
No. You got to realize that this is just what he's lived around, and he's so sure of it. It's right, and that's just obviously accepted because the community that he's been used to his whole life has already unconditionally accepted. So he's completely assimilated. You understand? He is, in a way, in this fictional world that he believes is true, just like many of them, and that's what they hold on to, and he has plenty of friends that back him up, so there's no reason why he needs to change his mind, Arcane.
Yeah.
So there's no risk to Alex Botten changing his mind anytime soon unless something very crazy happened in his life, because that's who he is, and I don't hold anything against him. I mean, that's why I'm on here, because atheists asked me to be, so I'm not going to ask the atheists to change their minds either, but I sometimes stick up for him, but he hates me.
Like I said on JD Kane's Hangout a couple nights ago, it's one thing if people are confused and we're trying to come to some kind of common ground about something, but it's a whole nother set of worms when I come into a hangout and you want to make cartoons of my theology. You want to make cartoons of my beliefs and the whole subject. You want to make cartoons of philosophy just to feed your ego. And that's why I'm like, okay, this is why I'm going to hit you in the balls and expose you for what you are. But it seems like why make cartoons about it? Are you that insecure that you have to make a complete mockery of the entire subject and not allow people who really do want to learn, give them the chance to see objectively what both sides have to offer, and not a bunch of buffoonery, a bunch of clowns, you know. So that's why it's hard for me to believe that like someone that smart would stoop that low. I guess I don't know.
Because he's not intellectually honest, that's why. He doesn't want the truth. He wants to live in his little la la land lie.
Yeah, and it's all good too. I just wanted to be fair, Arcane and Shannon. So I sent him an invite if he wants it. I gave it to his lovely wife, Kat, sent it to her. So just because I don't talk about people unless I give them the privilege of showing up and defending themselves. So
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure he's not going to show up, but I just had to say that.
Yeah, I ain't got nobody blocked. Well, I do have a few people blocked, but yeah, nobody worth noting.
Nope, no, it's all good. I'm just not going to worry about it because he's not going to show up anyway, I'm sure. So
How many
Well,
viewers you got?
what's that?
How many viewers do you got so far?
Oh, I don't even know, to be honest with you. Views or viewers or like subscribers?
Viewers, it should
Oh,
show.
right now I think 0.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Look who joined the party. Yeah, 0 people are watching right now, Shay Dubs, so that's the good news.
Ah, we got the house to ourselves, huh?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, good. I'm good to see you, man.
What's up, man? What you been doing?
You know I don't do this often, so actually all of us today were involved in just some really embarrassing, I guess you would call animal activities by the atheists and deists, so to speak. You know, some of these weird deists there, you know, the evolutionists. They're just losing their minds, Shay Dubs, losing their minds.
Well, give me the Reader's Digest version.
Oh man, I mean, I don't know what to say. They've absolutely just lost their freaking minds. They have to turn around and start insulting to the likes of saying you're sexist now because you talked to a female about vehicles and it was cars, and since it was car talk, it's automatically sexist. You're sexist because you interrupted her. Whatever excuse they're going to use now, they're just getting so they get so scared when somebody proves that they don't know what they're talking about, and they just have to go to these insults. And I don't do this often, and that's why, because I'm going to call it out because these people are getting sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's all good. It's all good because if they want to complain later, I can say, yeah, well, I just made a live video, so you can go watch it and see what's wrong with your life. I pretty much explain it all pretty quickly here. It's been fun.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with these people. Yeah.
Oh, there's a few things.
I mean, these evolutionists literally believe that if you burn Britney Spears albums like 1 million times, eventually you get a Christina Aguilera disc. You know, it's like it makes no fucking sense.
Oh man, yeah, exactly, and that's why they're going crazy.
No, you burn a music CD, you can get a whole video series.
Yeah, music disc turns into VHS. Yeah, you get all different.
Yeah, that's capable of intelligently burning other DVD discs. It's crazy. Magic, man. Voila.
Yeah, so I guess I'm supposed to troll right now, right, and text in one of these community video chats that I'm destroying all of their evolutionary beliefs. Is that trolling?
Oh, well, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Oh man, maybe I shouldn't say that then, but this is a public. I guess this is public because somebody came in earlier, and I have never even met him or anything. So anybody can come in at any time.
Hey, at least you're trolling with the truth, brother.
Oh yeah, it's. I think no matter what you do, aren't you trolling if you're a Christian automatically?
I think you have to be a troll to be a Christian.
Right. That's okay.
We're supposed to be the salt of the earth, man, right?
Yeah, and Shay Dubs is trolling because he doesn't believe in evolution. So no matter what, if you're not an evolutionist, you are trolling, and it must be a lie, or you're a Poe. Because I know Shay Dubs is a Poe.
Oh yeah. I've had atheists tell me about Che Dubs that he actually isn't who he says he is, and he considers it a game to talk to the Christian community. He's really an atheist. That's what I've heard from
yeah, but that's the thing is that he don't even say he's a Christian. It's not like he's saying he's a Christian, and I don't see Shea Dubs hosting all kinds of hangouts, doing all kinds of ridiculous stuff either. So, you know, I don't see why they hate him. I think they just hate him because probably he made him look stupid, and that's what happens anytime we make them look stupid is they hate you.
Oh, and he's friends with Brett Kane. That automatically qualifies you as like completely awful human being.
Yeah, you're a communist. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's Brett King?
Oh, Brett Kane? You don't know who Brett Kane is?
I've heard of that name a lot, but I can't recall who that is.
Let's just say Brett Kane used to be known as the God Hater, the most notorious atheist on YouTube, and he ended up finding God and becoming. He doesn't like to consider himself a Christian, but he pretty much is. He's a follower of Jesus Christ, and he, you know. But the atheists hate his guts. They hate my guts for pretty much the same reason, because I was an atheist on here on YouTube, and I ended up turning over to Jesus Christ. So now I'm their enemy, even though I used to be their friends. But whatever.
Wow. So you used to be friends with this particular group that we're talking about, or just in general?
I'm like ancient YouTube, so we're talking about people like the Amazing Atheist and Richard Coughlin and like old YouTubers, you know?
Yeah, I've only been here a couple of years, maybe.
Yeah. I'm a lot older than that in YouTube years.
So you used to be an atheist, though?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, so did I.
And then I got trapped into the New Age system because atheism got boring, and I got sick of, you know, learning about the galaxy like I used to.
Right.
So I was like, okay, I'm going to meet aliens now. So I got into New Ageism, and that actually led me to God, because I realized there was a spiritual side to things instead of just black and white. So it's kind of an interesting story I have.
That's very similar. Very similar to me.
Oh, really? You were in New Ageism?
Well, my journey, I guess, took me into many different places, but I definitely considered that as a very real possibility after all. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that those guys couldn't explain, and aliens certainly could, much better than that crap that they were saying. So I was like, you know what, I think I'm getting closer, but I guess Jesus had to come grab me by the ears. But yeah, very similar. I mean, once you look at the Bible, man, it's like your worldview snaps into focus, and you can see things so much more clearly.
Yep, that's what happened. I read the Bible. I had this thing in me, search for the Bible. I was like, the worst horrible time of my life, right? So I spent, I think, 3 hours trying to search for a Bible after 3 days of not eating. So I had a fast period in there, and I started reading it, and I started taking the Bible everywhere with me, even though I still considered myself, in New Age. And I think I started reading on Psalms, because I knew it was like, okay, this is going to comfort me.
Right.
And then it took over, and I realized this is the truth. The Bible is the Word of God. So that's where my faith came from.
I was locked up the first time I read the Bible. I was reading Proverbs, Psalms, Genesis, and I was like, yeah, there's some truth here, and this was years ago. It's like, yeah, there's some truth here, I understand, a lot of this. A lot of it I didn't understand, but it wasn't until later that those things that I was reading in jail actually made sense to me in a real life situation. It's like, wow, something so powerful that I didn't recognize at the time stayed with me, and now I'm just realizing how powerful it was. So it was those kind of experiences that was like, wow, the Bible is what it says it is. There's no other explanation, for this happening in this way. And it's like the Bible tells me a story about my own life. It seems like when I talk to other brothers and sisters in Christ, they have the same thing. Like, yeah, I feel like it's talking to me. But it
It is
applies to
talking to
everybody.
us. Yeah, it talks to us, and it's just. I hate those moments though where you're reading the Bible and it starts convicting you, and you're like, "Oh crap, I'm such a horrible person," and you start beating yourself up. You know those times? What I'm talking about?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Every other page. hmm But the comfort is though it brings us all together. It's unifying. You know, it doesn't matter what you're going through, how big of a piece of crap you are. You know, Jesus died for everybody. At the end of the day, I mean, that's what I take from it. You know, God loved us enough, even the worst of the worst, enough to come and die for that, to die for our souls. So it's comforting to me. It's like, okay, I know I'm a piece of shit, but someone loves me anyway.
I know, isn't that great?
Right.
I don't have many people in my life. They've kind of all hate me. So, and this is just me coming to my faith. It seemed like I came to the faith and I lost so many people in my life. You know, all I have is my husband and kids now. I have no one else.
Mm.
So, not even friends. They all took off too. So,
Well,
but
I wouldn't say it was them that took off. I would say that it was you that changed your mind about it, right?
yeah, well, God changed my mind. I had
Right.
nothing to do with it.
Right.
I was happy in my little weird delusional place.
Yeah, I had a
But
girlfriend for 8 years. We broke up last year, and that was when I really, I guess, was saved. I would say, you know, complete change of mind, change of thought. You know, our lifestyle didn't appeal to me no more. I didn't want to do that same stuff, and she did. So we kind of just broke apart. And same with every friend that followed. You know, that I did have. They all eventually just lost contact. And I don't mind that. You know, I'd rather be alone with my Bible than be in the world full of foolishness.
I know how you feel.
Like, I still love to kick it. You know, I still love to, do most of the things I used to do. I just don't look at them the same way anymore. You know,
No.
even spending money, it's like, this stuff doesn't mean nothing to me, you know?
I know, it's like, I don't even have a TV. It's like, what is the point of watching a TV? It's all propaganda anyway. You know,
Yeah.
I look at things completely different now. Like even people you look at differently. You know, it used to be like, oh, they're just another person with a different culture, la 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 la. But now it's like, you're not of me. I know that.
Yeah.
You're an enemy. I mean, just.
But I love you anyway.
I do, but it's like people just, I don't know. It's like I have this thing where people want to argue with me, and it's like, dude, I just want to go and just say something real quick. I mean, I guess I need to learn a little bit more how to be more patient and gentle with people. Because when someone starts yelling at me, though, I get in this like defensive mode, and I don't know why. And I start yelling, and I think Pillbox has the same thing. So how do you stay so calm?
Well, yeah, when somebody says you're sexist, I'm going to start yelling. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. You're never going to not hear me yell if they want to play that game. Yeah.
Well, I've done my fair share of yelling back, but for the most part, man, I see myself in them. You know, I see what I was before in that person that I'm talking to. So me, I'd rather let them talk and hang themselves, and then that gives me time to think of something clever to say back anyway. So, I won't get upset. I'll just let them rant. When they're done, I'll make a fool of what they just did or what they just said. I don't know. I guess it's just different demeanors, and I smoked a lot of weed in my day. That probably didn't Doesn't hurt being calm, but yeah.
So have I. That didn't help me.
Yeah, my buddy, he doesn't smoke weed at all. When he smokes weed, it gives him a totally different feel. And he's got like ADHD. And I guess if I took a Adderall or something, I would have a different effect than that person would who has ADHD. So I don't know. I guess it's just different strokes for different flow.
I guess so. I guess it's just their temperament. I don't know. I have a very strong temperament. I'm Irish, Italian, Russian with Native American in me. I'm a mess.
Damn.
I know. I have all these strong personalities within my blood. It's like, of
That's
course
cool,
I'm gonna
though.
mess
That's
up.
what's up. Like God said, I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made.
Amen. Amen.
So
I gotta
embrace
say one thing also. I hear a lot of also attacks on, I guess, theists or Christians specifically, when they say they get defensive, so they got to insult you and say, "Oh, well, you're not being very Christian-like, are you?" Because now all of a sudden they can hold you to that standard.
Right.
But the thing is that we're demanding that they get called out. And Jesus Christ asked us to call out the heathens and actually condemn people. It's not judging. Judging is when you sentence and then execute some type of punishment. Condemning is when you are supposed to call out the liars and all these disgusting people for what they're saying. And that's what Jesus Christ has actually asked us to do. So that was one of the reasons today when somebody that says they're a Christian starts yelling at me because I'm calling out the heathen that literally exposed that person, that person's self. That's my right, and Jesus tells me to do that. So anybody who thinks they're a Christian better keep their mouth shut when I'm telling somebody they have been exposed, because that's all I did.
Jesus wasn't no punk, man.
No, man, exactly. Come on.
Yeah, he wasn't no punk.
Think
He
of
told
that
the
dude.
Pharisees what's up.
Yeah, think of that dude when he walked in the building, man. Those people threw up and shit their pants.
Oh, yeah.
And when he flipped those tables over there, man, they ruined their entire linens they were wearing, I guarantee you. Guarantee.
Yeah,
They
he
got
wasn't no
destroyed,
pushover.
annihilated. You know they did. Come on.
No. No, where is that verse? My husband had a verse that he showed me the other day, and it said something, who are you to be friends with an enemy of God? I can't. What? Second Chronicles 19 through 20?
No, 1920. Something else.
Okay, let me look at that real quick. So, I mean, let me see. My husband's a better Bible guy than I am in remembering Scripture. I'm, like, horrible at remembering it.
No, I'm the same way. I got to pick up the book every time, especially Old English or King James Version, whatever this is. It's not Old English, that's 1,000 years ago, but the King James Version English is definitely still not what we're used to, and I do believe that it is actually kind of important to read that version, but I don't think it's a must. You don't have to. But
I don't see it, honey.
which was he saying? Which one?
Well, Second Chronicles. He said Second Chronicles something, but anyway, I can't find it.
What was it about?
Well, yeah, Jesus said right here, Matthew 23, and he said, "But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, for you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. Neither you enter yourselves, neither you suffer, that them are entering to go in." So he's basically like, you hypocrites, you devour your widows' houses, and for a pretense to make longer prayer and to receive greater damnation. He's basically calling these guys out and saying, look, you're trying to shut the door for these people to enter heaven, and you're not going yourself. You're basically, bastardizing God. So he's telling people to call these guys out, man. That's why I'm calling out everybody that I come across, that will come across me. I don't pick fights with people, but if I'm in a discussion and the guy wants to,
Oh man,
tongue guys his
speaking of which,
atheism or his Satanism, I'm gonna call it like it is. I'm gonna tell him to his face, you are a hypocrite.
exactly.
Because you
And
know that God exists and you
Right.
hate him.
But you know they wouldn't say that to your face. They wouldn't say the things they say to us on here to our faces, Arcane.
Of course not.
And I'll tell you what, their big bad atheist new doughboy that they love so much, and we know who we're talking about, threatened me after he falsely accused me of something, and then actually slandered me again in an accusation about something as far as attacking somebody. Shannon and I talked about that earlier. And then that coward, because I told him I dare you to come here and I'll pay for your plane ticket back. That coward then 2 weeks later decided to take up the offer, and then in front of everybody started saying how we needed to meet at a gym for like 30 minutes and wouldn't stop talking about it, and kept coming up with excuse after excuse how he wouldn't just come and meet me and say it to my face.
Yeah.
And you know who I'm talking about. The same gentleman, obviously, that pissed off Veckel and G-Man a few weeks ago. And so.
Yeah, they're tough behind that computer screen, dude.
No, they're heroes. They're freaking heroes. That's what they are.
Yeah, they're Thor behind that keyboard.
Yep.
Yep. And like people like Redline, dude, can't even show his face,
Well, that dude's a kid, bro. He's got no life experience, man. None.
He's a spoiled little rich boy. That's what Red Light is.
Yeah, he says his car has this part, and this proves evolution. It's like, don't you know the car's design genius?
Genius.
Come on. The guy's a kid. I wouldn't waste too much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that just goes to show you can't even show your face because you're afraid of what people might think about the radical views that you have. Like, you don't even have the balls to stand with conviction behind your own word. So that's when I lose respect for you. When you want to call other people out, like he called out Ronnie. He was like, yeah, I'll set this $100 challenge if Ronnie debates this PhD.
Yeah.
Calling Ronnie out, telling Ronnie he has an 8th grade education and all that. And you don't even have the balls to show your face and stand behind what you said. That's one thing if he's just some innocent kid on here, playing around. But no, you're messing with people's worldviews. You're talking about the God that I adore and that I want other people to experience, including you. But you don't have the balls to stand behind that. Big
Right.
Big bad internet thug.
I would love more than anything to have these people get together and debate me in person in front of anybody, because it would just be too easy, especially if it was just a couple of us, Arcane, because these people would get annihilated and they would get embarrassed, and it would be amazing. If they couldn't just mute us in front of people, man, it would be amazing.
Oh, yeah, but they're not going to do that. They'd rather have softies to debate. Soft, weak Christians, not strong in the faith Christians. Because they can't handle us. We hurt them too much.
Mm-hmm.
We know how to use our sword, man.
I mean, but they really destroy themselves, though, to be honest. I mean, everything that comes out of their mouth is just ridiculous. The length that they have to go to protect that retarded theory, dude, is just sad. See, I'd just rather let them talk and, let them say some foolishness, and, yeah, you're exposed. You expose yourself.
Exactly. So how do we relate to them in any way? I don't know how to relate to them at all. I don't know how to get into their head or anything. I've tried all these different techniques, and nothing seems to be working with them.
Yeah, but Shannon, when you were an atheist, did you want to come online and tell all the Christians and everybody how they were all wrong and stupid?
I did it all the time.
Okay, well then you should be able to get inside their head then, because that's exactly what they're doing. So if you did that, that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? But I think they're taking it to the level, that's, beyond that though. I mean, we got to be honest. So they're just taking it to that next level. That's what I agree with. I can't understand that. How could you go to these insults and not even question what you're saying when what you're saying sounds like you're an hysterical liar, like you belong in a loony bin. So can you please, wake up? No, they got to insult you. You're sexist or something. It's always something perverted like that. That's what's scary.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm sexist too because I believe, a woman is a weaker vessel and belongs at the home with her kids. Oh well, I'm sexist because of that.
You think
Yeah,
that?
but-
Forget that. I couldn't give birth, dude. You're way tougher than me. I'll be the first to say that. Hey, I would not want to give birth, dude.
It wasn't that bad, especially with all the drugs I had.
Forgive that, dude. I hate when I'm constipated, okay?
Yeah, but the thing is the drugs are so good that they give you for pain for childbirth, you really don't feel anything. You're like numb the waist down.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. We know most of these atheists are on prescription medication. We know that.
Or need to be anyway.
No, I might have a funny name, but I don't take any pills. I don't even take aspirin. That's just how I am. I just don't need anything from any man-made thing like that. That kind of thing kind of makes me gross. Grossing out. So these people think it's the greatest thing on earth. Free health care. Give me all the drugs I want. They love that.
Oh, yeah.
It must be safe, Arcane, because they're giving it to me. That's what they say.
Yeah,
Even though they kill you more than any street drug ever would.
Yeah.
But that's okay. That's
Oh,
okay
you
to have
maybe
that
had
little
autism.
barbecue.
Never. That wasn't from the vaccine at all. It's probably something.
No. Nope. Oh, make sure we got to get your kids vaccinated. And if you don't go, you don't believe in the Holocaust. You're a Holocaust denier.
Yeah. You know what, dude? My sister's kids have never been vaccinated, and they have never had so much as a cold between them.
Whoa. Well, Arcane, are your sister's kids? I hate to say this. What are they? I know you're mixed. What are your sister's kids?
They're African American.
Isn't that interesting? How there are certain ethnic groups that stay away from certain things and do very well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they want to call me racist, that's fine. I'm racist, but that's what I notice. I notice people that like you just described, which I'm probably not allowed to talk about, or else I'm of course Hitler.
Whatever.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what the atheists are going to say because this is live. If they care to watch, I don't care. But there are certain ethnic groups that do better a lot, that do not get involved with the systematic processes like in the medical system or like you just described, vaccinating people. I mean, and they do phenomenal. I mean, look at the let's watch. If anybody watches TV, which I don't, I'm pretty sure it's probably still dominated by a certain group of people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and of course, though, what's interesting, though, is that we know what these evolutionists think, and we know since, darker-skinned people were first, they're actually not as evolved.
Right.
You see, so, but they don't want to admit that, and they'll say they're blue in the face. That's not true. We don't believe, but we know, when they draw their pictures of the monkey people, they're usually not pale-skinned.
Right.
So, what's the pink elephant in the room? Oh, it's a black monkey in the room, actually, is what we're watching. That's what they give us. And then, of course, no, everybody's evolved the same.
Yeah. Michael Jordan is, so primitive.
Well, yeah, because he's so dark. So, obviously, he has the older genes, because he's so dark. And isn't that funny how, like, the older genes are... Well, you can't say the word better. You can't say better. I'm trying to figure what's the word that you are allowed to use. You have, let me put it this way. I can't be out in the sun very long.
More
Conducive
efficient?
to survival.
Isn't that more efficient? Might be absolutely right, but in a sense, physically, it's better. That's just a reality. We know that sometimes that certain people are good at certain things. That's just reality. That's part of culture. That's normal. That's just reality. We're just saying it how it is. No, I think certain groups of people haven't wanted to admit this for over 100 years now. I'll say the name Jack Johnson. So what really are we looking at here? We're looking at the fact that if we all agreed that maybe people were darker and this and that it looks like anytime something is supposed to evolve, it's always actually losing something that it needs. And I just know I cannot stand outside very long in the sun, and I don't understand why would I lose that ability if my family is always in, not overcast climates, and I'm not getting any darker, and, I don't understand how they can justify any of these things when clearly, there's a very clearly obvious thing here is that, God liked a variety of people, and we are obviously made in His image, and that some of us have genetic differences. But sometimes we have to admit that the fact of the matter is that these genetic differences have always existed off of pre-existing information. But no matter how you look at it, you cannot say we're witnessing any type of evolution because we have nothing but humans still. And the fact of the matter is, if we have darker skinned people that can do things better than white people, for lack of a better term, there's something because of that. There's a reason.
Right.
There's a reason. That's all it says, and people just do not want to accept that reason. You know?
Oh, of course they can't accept that black people built the pyramid, or built the Sphinx, or built this face right here that I'm using as my icon. They don't want to accept that. They want to say that those people were lighter skinned. They can't even give credit where it's due in history because of that. You know, I mean, it's like,
well, yeah, just like the Catholics. Who made Jesus a white guy? I mean, we all know that's got to be. Come on.
Caesar Borgia
There you
is
go, there
the
you go.
name of Jesus.
yeah, yeah.
White Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Even though the Bible says he was bronze, but whatever.
Yeah, the
We're lying too.
politically correct Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, it has to fit the mold, man. Yeah, it's kicked out. You know.
Yeah, he probably didn't have a mullet either.
No. Nah, dude, Jesus wasn't no white guy. He wasn't no black guy. I think he was somewhere in the middle. I think he was more like, probably like me. I'm half Italian, half Italian, half Jamaican. So my skin tone probably be more like his, given the region that he lived in. You know.
Yeah, it's probably like a dark-skinned Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
Oh man, don't you like listening to some of these dudes? I think Charlton Heston, when he used to give speeches, wasn't he great to listen to?
Yeah, he's one of my favorites, man. We go back.
Dude, he was a beast, man. He really was. You damn dirty apes.
How old are you, Bob?
What's up? How old am I? I'm 32, man.
Oh yeah, I'm 28. Yeah, I'm about to be 29.
Yep.
I'm about to be 31.
Oh, okay.
I know. I hate that though.
Oh,
No,
Like,
you shouldn't.
I feel young in spirit, but yet my body and my age is like 31 already. No.
goes so fast, man.
I know, it does. I hate being old. People are like, you're not old. I don't know. I feel old. My bones crack now.
Man.
You're such a disgrace to Adam and Eve, man. They lived centuries. What's wrong with us?
I wonder what it was like to have that third eye working. That's what I want to know. Like,
Oh man, dude, or more percentage of our brain capacity.
they didn't need cars, and I mean, talk about such a. It just look. I mean, it's like today. It's like I look at just the basic things that we have left, from what we had at the beginning. I think it's amazing now.
Right.
And that's garbage. Our world is garbage compared to how it was, and these. I feel sorry for these people who can never know that. They can never know that. What was made for them.
Exactly.
That's sad, bro. It's real sad.
Dude, if dinosaurs were walking around, dude.
Oh man, the dragons still thunder.
Are you kidding me? Dude, they were kicking it with T-Rex in them, man.
They were getting killed once in a while, in the middle of the night, and they thought, oh my God, it was this thing. It looked like, and they drew these pictures that were all ridiculous and crazy, and 4,000 years later, oh, that's just mythical. Well, they didn't really have a long time to look at it because they're trying to run away from the freaking thing, probably because it's the scariest thing you could ever see in your freaking life. So when they drew the picture of it, it looked like a serpent flying on the ground. And it's like, what? Not all of them. In fact, most of these depictions of dragons in history, 90% did not have wings.
Nope.
So the fact of the matter is that they were seeing these creatures, and before the flood, they were very prevalent, we know. But even after the flood, they obviously still lived for thousands of years. And we have all the greats in history speaking about them, all the people that are considered the father of historians of real history. Herodotus even mentioned the flying ones, and so many different things like Alexander the Great and all these guys that, of course, we can talk about all night.
And how many
But-
times were dragons mentioned throughout history?
Absolutely, that's exactly right. And I mean, I think there's 50 different words that mean dragon in different cultures, and then there's subversions. And the word Draco was a Greek category that they made up for these large, monstrous reptiles that they kept coming in contact with. Every
Yeah.
time they went out on these expeditions, you know, they'd come back from India. Holy shit, man! This thing was 150 feet long, and I just, you know, and it almost killed us, and it killed our elephant, and this happened, and we almost died. I mean, those were
Oh, that's
stories. Those were
good.
normal stories.
You believe that bedtime story, that folklore, that fairy tale?
Oh, I know. Isn't that ridiculous? Those people were primitive idiots. No, they were just taught. It was all a mythological. They just wanted to be very, you know, creative in their stories, and they liked. And back then, you could, you know, receive prizes if you made big lies. You know, so it's all just a lie. It's just.
Hey, isn't the
all
Chinese
different liars.
calendar, is it the calendar or something like that? It's got like 12 different animals, like all regular, everyday freaking animals, like an ox, a
Right.
snake, this and
Yeah.
that, a pig, and, you know, all that stuff, a dog, and then a dragon.
Oh, buddy.
Like
And they
everything else on there was everyday freaking animals we look at the zoo, and then all of a sudden, a dragon.
Right. And which one of those animals would terrorize you the most, and that you'd have to send parties out to kill?
Exactly.
Oh, no! Don't use any common sense. Let's not think about this. But it's pretty obvious. And then you have Beowulf. Beowulf is what? What is that? That can't. It's not 2,000. Was it like a little over 1,000 years old or
Right.
something? I know that's old English. We can't even read it. And they're talking about this two-legged monster called Grendel that came in and just destroyed everything. And they had to get called Beowulf. And this dude is the Slayer, and he's a beast, and this dude must have been a complete monster of a man, and he comes in there, and he just destroys this dragon, and then he meets the mother later. I mean, what are they talking about here?
Right. What are they talking about?
What are they talking about here? They're talking about this story. They're not saying this is they're goblins and fairies. They're saying this monstrous animal that could swallow a man whole, and was just an absolute, the dragon, this serpent-like dragon. I mean, they're talking about a bipedal apex predator. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Very real.
Could you imagine? I mean, just we're impressed by elephants and rhinoceroses when we see them at the zoo. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
these animals back then would actually scare people from wanting to know about animals.
Dude, do you know how big the dire wolf was?
Oh, yeah.
The dire wolf, the original freaking wolf, the original gene code for all the little puny chihuahuas that we see today. Like, that thing was massive. Saber-tooth. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah, are you the dire wolf, how much did it weigh? Like over 1,000 pounds or something?
Man, that thing was scary. See, I actually own a wolf, and it's beautiful, man. One of the most beautiful animals you could ever encounter. This wolf, and he's a beast, dude. But when I'm talking about his ancestors, the dire wolf, we actually have bones of these creatures. This wasn't a mythical creature. This was real.
Yep.
I mean, these are the creatures that humans were encountering on a daily basis, trying to build and live with their families, and they would have to fight off these creatures. And then they would write stories about them, and then to go and say, oh, it's just fairy tale. It's just a campfire story.
Right. And what about the woolly mammoth?
Oh, yeah, he was frozen, standing up with a vegetation in his mouth, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's just a weird deal when these Native Americans know about him. Of course, they're just ignorant brown people, so they called him the grandfather of the buffalo, but that's okay because they were just stupid and talking about a mythical animal that just looks identical to a woolly mammoth.
Yeah.
So I guess that's not 10,000 years ago. Sorry. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Pillbox, I'm a little afraid to invite whoever. I might get a wild animal in here.
No, it's okay. No, hey, you guys have the power to destroy anybody and send them to the cliffs.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with some wild boar rubbing his tucks against a tree.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I will say this: Adam Lohr is, I think, an atheist, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. He is a really cool dude. Every time I've had the pleasure of speaking with him, he is definitely one of the atheists that I would say that is exempt from a lot of the things I've been saying tonight. And that dude is cool. And he's one of those dudes that's not going to insult you. He's going to talk to you like a man. And I just think it's cool that those dudes exist on here because there's just not very many of them. And I guess that's what I was
nice
thinking.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from what I know, I don't know. Maybe when I leave the room, he says, "Oh, what a freak that dude is." I don't know, probably. But there are some cool dudes out there that are atheists. You know, I do have a very good friend for 10 years, and he's a cool dude. He's just an atheist, and he believes in evolution, of course, and we don't talk about it, and we're yada yada yada. It's not like we can't talk about it, obviously, because we know we'll never change each other's minds, but we can get along, and we can break bread, and we can hang out, and we can go shooting, and we can go driving, and you know, I just don't understand why that's so difficult for people. You know, he doesn't kill me when I bring, hey, the Bible does say this, isn't that funny? I'll say it sometimes, and he doesn't try to bite my head off. But, you know, whatever. I think that's why these people are on here, though. I think this type of community, you're only going to get, the vast majority of these types of people are going to be, you know, not only set in their ways, but very cocky and arrogant, and they have that mentality that, you know, they're good enough to be on here, so they're good enough to insult you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I think they've watched, you know, all of Richard Dawkins and Chris is now when it comes to certain aspects. I mean, just because you watch YouTube videos doesn't make you a genius, dude. Like, seriously. Pick up a book. You may learn something once in a while.
Do they even watch the? Usually they just find the video and say, this is the evidence, and they send it. They don't, I mean, our king. When do they watch or look at or read anytime they ever send you a link or a video? They don't even know what it says. You can ask them, well, what specifically in this video or this link has this or that? You never get an answer.
Dude, I've had people claim to be biologists and you know, claim to be biologists, and I'll ask them a simple question of how the cell functions, and they have no idea. No idea. You know, you got biologists who say it's not really information in the cell. Like, it's not really a code. Like, okay, Mr. Biologist, then what are you reading? What does a biologist do besides read the code that's in the genome?
There's this guy on us who claims to be a biologist. Have you ever heard of him?
Oh,
That's
yeah, I
what
love
I'm talking
Suzuki.
about.
I love Suzuki.
That's what I'm talking about, dude.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I ran out to give people the link, and then...
No, that's funny that you said that. I didn't even mention his name. I wasn't even going to do that to him because he actually quit YouTube after that.
Oh, wow, he quit YouTube? Oh, man, that's great.
Yeah, his account's not there no more.
Oops.
Praise the Lord.
He came into the hangout saying all this stuff, you know, talking. I mean, he was an obnoxious dude. This was like, dude, I was on hangout.
Me and him never got along. It's just, you know, I have a New York attitude. He's got an attitude, so it's just like you just can't do it, you know? Too much attitude.
Well, this is like the second time I'd ever.
Just a heads up, John May. He's a non-believer. If you get him riled up, he'll become an animal. Just try not to rile. Rile him up.
That's okay. I got my beating stick right here, so if he gets a little out of hand, I just hit him upside his skull.
You got something to eat?
Yeah, these dudes are just so dishonest, dude. It's like pointless trying to talk to them at all, man. Just let them talk and let them hang themselves.
Who are we talking about?
God haters.
Talking about the food.
John, you gonna behave yourself today?
Yeah, I have to.
Okay.
Oh, I know, John. We've talked a couple times. Yeah, he was the one giving me more reasons why it's okay to kill babies. That's right.
Oh, yeah, my hangout, yeah.
Yeah, I know, John. He's a cool atheist. He just likes killing babies, but I like him.
But they're not babies. They're zygotes.
Yeah, I know, John. We've been through this. I know a baby born at 5 months that survives was not a baby, right?
No, 1 month.
1 month. So you agree if it's as long as it's not like 4 months, then if it's past 4 months.
1 month, 1 month, 1 month.
Can I just interject real quick?
What? Okay.
Can we? I mean, the abortion topic. We talk
Yeah,
about that all the
we're
time.
moving on. We're moving on, John. I've already destroyed you in this subject, so we're moving on.
Did you take
Aw, I wanted to
medication?
comment. Since I'm a
Oh,
woman,
come on.
talk
You
about it
know
more
what?
than all you men.
Well, here's the
Since
way this works. Shan, I gotta be honest with you, and nobody ever does this. Nobody ever wants to let anybody do anything. But you know what? I gotta go with what my buddy Shay Dubs just requested, because if I felt that way, which I have many times, I would want them to do that for my sake. So we're gonna move on, because
all right.
we will have so much. I guarantee you, it's gonna come up. Shannon, you were gonna,
How you
Well,
doing,
yeah.
brother John? How are you?
John the Deist.
Yeah, what's up? Hey,
Hey,
pillbox.
bro. Thanks for showing up. I guess to all of you. Now I will say that. So thanks for stopping by. So Grant, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Not much to tell. I'm a Pastafarian.
Nice, good, okay, great. Anything else?
Uh, Not at this point in time.
Not at this point.
I,
No,
Grant,
what,
Grant,
what,
ha-
what's
Grant,
the,
has the good Lord ever touched you with his noodly appendage?
I have been touched by the noodly appendage. I know my religion is false, but I like it nonetheless.
Well, that's actually pretty admirable that you admit that. That's cool.
Well, most Pastafarians are atheists at heart. We just have looked at all the religions that are out there, and most of them seem pretty ridiculous in their dogmatic structures. And at least the Pastafarian, I really rather you shouldn't, make sense for modern living.
No, I think a lot of atheists should probably join that type of lifestyle. It'd probably help them.
Well, it's universal Unitarianism or Pastafarianism. They're just groups where you can, meet up and socialize with other like-minded individuals.
Yeah, sounds like you guys got something figured out. Good.
It's pretty fun. It's
Cool.
it's it's a good outlet.
Yeah, I'm sure the people are really interesting, huh?
It's, well, it works like this. In any large group, you got to realize, even with atheism, there's a lot of different ways people arrive there, and the people that reason themselves there are quite different from the people that just found themselves. Well, there's a lot of different ways to arrive there. So, well,
Yeah, no doubt. I understand. Well, that's
One
what
of
the
my
Go ahead,
one of
no.
my one of my favorite Christians on YouTube. I don't know if anyone ever know. I don't know how many people know about him, but he went by the name James the Preacher, and he stood outside the atheist convention a while back, and he was just telling all the atheists, get fucked, get bent. I love it. If anyone wants to get a good laugh later on, put that in your watch queue. It's a good 8-minute video. Watch it later when you have time. You'll get a good chuckle, everyone.
Nice.
Is that professor that was out there cursing out that Christian? Did you guys see that?
Well,
yeah, that
James
was a different guy.
Yeah, James isn't curse. Cursing is bad, so.
Oh, yeah, I just seen this video a few days ago of this freaking apeshit professor. I forget where they were at. Christians were out there preaching, open air, had their signs up, and this atheist or this evolutionist professor was just like all in his mug, just like cussing him out. Looked like he was about to hit him.
And they claim to be more intelligent, rational, logical, huh?
Oh man, this was so crazy to watch, dude. And then he like held his own like sermon, like in front of all the students and like preaching evolution. It was just crazy, dude. Like,
Well, they
really?
get pretty upset. They actually are the most angry, emotional group you will ever meet. So.
Which group?
Oh, the atheists are by far the most emotionally angry group. It's not even close. At least on here, I mean, online, come on, let's get serious.
Even there, I think it really depends on how they arrived at, the root of atheism. I mean, you've got people like, you've seen the friendly atheist, I'm sure.
Sure, I have friendly atheist friends. Sure,
Yeah.
in real
But
life.
a lot of people also
Sounds-
arrive after they've spent, a good number of years in the church and they felt like they've been lied to and deluded and everything else. And I think there's good reason for them to be angry.
Yeah, I mean they're still getting lied to and being deluded. That's not going to stop. Yeah, I mean that's what we've all gone through in our lives. I know Shannon and I'm sure Shay Dubs and me. I know I was lied to a lot. I mean by the Catholic school that I went to when I was a child. They lied to me big time. And then I went to public school and saw the real world. Man.
Sorry to hear that, Pillbox.
I don't know. I don't know what the Catholic education system is like, and so I have no idea what your experience was there.
Oh, well, I'll just tell you what it's like. They teach evolution. So after years of being lied to about that stuff, I literally thought, wow, I was wasting my entire life, and I really needed to get on the right track.
Wait, they teach evolution in Catholic school?
Yeah, man, don't you know this? Come on, everybody knows Catholics teach that. Pope endorses it.
Oh, yeah, it's so wrong. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know what goes on in the Catholic curriculum at all.
Oh, yeah.
Can we not insult the Catholics?
I think the official. I think the
I didn't
official
say Catholic. I said the Catholic Church, the religion itself, the hierarchy, the people in charge. They're evil. Sorry.
Mike Phelps, don't mute me, man. Don't do that. Again.
Oh, okay. Is that what just happened? You do that again, Mike. You got to go. I'm going to the cliffs. Okay. Wow. What is it with these people muting? What is with you? Cannot you control yourself, Mike? Is it that hard to control yourself?
I'm questioning his androgynous look. Mike, are you androgynous or what's up with that stuff, dude?
Yeah,
No answer?
if he doesn't answer you, he'll just be removed. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
He removed himself.
Yep. And
So
he
anyway,
won't be able to come back either.
I don't even know what happened. He came in. It was like gangbusters. It was like,
that's one of the animals you were warning me about. You were right. I don't. How are you always right about that? Every time.
I don't know. I guess I'm a zookeeper. I should get like a striped shirt. Yeah.
I think you should be taking care of my animals, bro. This is every time I'm in a hangout with you.
Build a boat out of pop sticks.
It's sad because the human animals, they act worse than the other animal types. It's like
my cat would never mute me. It's hysterical. Don't these people know how to love? My animals care about me. My tortoise gives more shit about life than these people. What is wrong with these people? It's crazy. Gosh, man. You come into somebody's hangout that obviously you probably don't like, and then you start muting people, and we're just supposed to be idiots, and you're just going to be able to do that. Okay. I don't think they realize that we're not the slaves. So we're not going to just put up with it.
Why don't we get a real wild animal like Leonard in here or something? A real crazy fucker.
Yeah, he is a little bit.
I hate that guy.
He's a nutty dude. Sometimes I like him. Sometimes I get along with him. But yeah, he is kind of nutty.
Why I do see that sometimes, Pillbox. You go into these hangouts with like Alex Bodden and stuff. Why do you do that, man? Why do you put yourself through torture like that?
Well, they asked me to come on here as if I was not going to, and then when I did, they just obviously freaked out, and the next thing you know, they had to block me, and then I was thrown from their chats. They didn't call out the right person, I guess. So they're really upset, and it freaked them out. They've all gone apeshit in the last 5 months. They weren't this crazy before I joined this community, I think.
They've gotten worse through the years.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna be looking for new hangouts to go to.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even. I mean, I only invited a handful of people. It went public, I guess, because I don't know how to send invitations because I never have hangouts. But it's all good. I'm not going to kick somebody out unless they give me a reason.
Yeah. You're a fair judge.
Yeah. So far, Grant and John have been really good. Man.
Yeah, exactly. But you're a big old sexist, so I probably shouldn't talk to you.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I got called the bigot in that hangout that I was hosting the other day with you, Pillbox. Remember that?
Oh, really? Who did that?
What's his name? Wolf or something like that?
Oh, he gets up. You must have upset him. I see. I got it. Okay.
We were talking about abortion, and I said that what did I say? Abortion's like, it's like, African Americans are being killed by the drones, and it's like, oh, how dare you mention that,
Right. If you talk about that stuff, if you say that black people are getting killed by somebody, you're racist. Apparently. Yes, I got it. You're a bigot. Okay.
Whoa, what? Now you lost the logic. Lost me on that one.
No, Grant. If you cannot bring up race, if you're white, ever actually, if you do, you're racist. It's kind of just a across the board thing. I mean, if you're a theist and you bring up a race, excuse me, Shade-Ups. So, yeah, if that's just how it is nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be careful what you're saying because you are going to get attacked, and the easiest way they are going to go for the throat because they are afraid they're going to call you racist if you talk about race. If you talk about sex, you're sexist. Even if you don't talk about sex, you're sexist. Actually, but
if you're straight, you're against gays.
Right, you're homophobic. Right, you're usually homophobic unless you're going down to the parade, with them. And that's funny because I actually do have homosexual friends and anything, and I get along with them too. And we, they do their thing. I do. I mean, we have no problem. Most of them are girls, and I do work at a hospital sometimes. So it's weird, But I love these people, and I don't think of them any different. I mean, I don't see this need to have this separation. Like we can't talk about anything. I don't think there should be such thing as borders. I don't think of anything as like, oh, this person is less of any kind. But I do see a lot of people saying that other races are destroying our country and stuff like that. I don't understand that either. There might be some people that have border problems in their minds and stuff. I don't see any of that stuff. I'm an open person that doesn't. I believe that God made the earth for everybody, and I think if it's not your private property, you have no right to tell someone they can't be there. If it's your private property, that's something else.
Fuck that. They stole it from the Indians in the first place.
I know exactly. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Now it's illegal.
We killed them for it.
Yeah. Now it's illegal. Yeah. Oh my gosh. They have no problem with that, though. They have no problem supporting that movement. A lot of people, because this is their land now.
Yeah. Look what it is today.
Yeah, doing a fine job.
Yeah, that's what they say. The Indians didn't have all this.
Well, no, they weren't.
McDonald's and Starbucks. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, the Native Americans were considered less human, and the settlers were actually, all of these people, even Roosevelt and them were evolutionist believers. They believed some people weren't really people, and that it really was. You were just basically making an agreement with animals, so you could just kill them.
I gotta draw something here. How do you think because they believed in evolution that some people weren't people?
I don't know, Grant. I didn't kill, 40 million Native Americans.
Yeah, I don't think you would have to be an evolutionist or not believe in evolutionists to kill people.
What do you think when they're saying they're not human enough? What does that tell you? They are not as human as the whites settling, as those people, as the conquerors, as the people with the big ships. They're not as established. They're not as intelligent. They're not really human. What is that saying? Do you really have to hide from this pink elephant?
I don't really think that comes down to a scientific decision.
Okay, that's not a problem. You're entitled to your opinion, Grant, but let's get serious here. Come on.
I'm always serious.
Well, I can tell by the hat. Now, would you say that Hitler was also not racist?
No, actually, I think he was definitely a racist.
He never had a bad bone in his body.
Okay. He was an interesting politician, man. I'll tell you.
I think most people are racist.
Hey,
But-
that's a fair assessment.
But then also, I kind of believe that the whole drawing the line about race is not really accurate. I mean, when you look at skin color across a globe demographically, you'll see that it varies based on the equator, up and down. It's geography more than it is anything else.
Oh boy.
You're
Okay.
smarter than Hitler, then.
Yeah, Grant. So basically, people turn different colors in different environments, right?
Well, there's vitamin D absorption, and there's other factors of pigmentation that are necessary to, make sure that you don't die in direct sunlight, or that you can generate vitamin D in less sunlight.
Normal reproduction of a human being is going to make them be able to absorb actually some of the sunlight rays and produce vitamin D. That's normal human ability. Yes.
Okay, here's a classic example. Take your standard Caucasian and put him out there in, equatorial Africa and let him run around out there and live, in the sun daily and see what kind of skin conditions you come back with.
Cancer.
Yeah, probably going to have some problems.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just adaptive, Skin color is adaptive. I don't think an African is less than us or more than us or anything. I think they have different skin color.
Right. So you're saying because he had these problems, that's showing how he's adapting?
Yeah, we see adaptation happen all around us.
Okay. Okay, Grant. I mean, I understand what you're saying in your mind, but I think it's kind of comedic.
It's too scientific. Yeah,
Right.
throw it out.
There we go. There we go, Arcane. It's too scientific. We cannot understand it.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but if you're an Irish person and you go out in the Sahara Desert, you're going to turn up red and blistery and everything. That's not adaptation. That's getting burnt.
Yeah, you're
No,
dead.
I agree with you, but I also think that if the Irish people had not moved out of Africa originally,
So Irish people are from Africa. Oh my gosh. The Irish people moved out of Africa. Shay Dubs, your people moved out of Africa. And the sad truth is that I think actually in modern world we can actually distinguish that everybody came from Turkey. And there was mixed races. So,
Yep.
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know either, I guess. But have you ever...
Where
if you guys,
people left from?
go ahead, Arcane.
Africa. Where did Pharaoh chase Moses from?
Egypt?
That's Africa.
Yeah. And?
Yeah, Africa is it's the motherland, man. We all come from Africa.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, is Turkey considered Africa, or is that considered like Asia, or...
It's
Yeah, I think
considered
it's Asia.
I believe. Asia proper, well, not Asia proper, but I believe it's
Right.
it is Africa.
Okay. I mean, not to get technical, but yeah, most civilizations, that's probably true about the Middle East and stuff like that. But there were races abroad. After the flood, shortly after, when the Tower of Babel, and that went down. I mean, that's when everybody spread afar. And the Chinese have a language that's coincidentally, 4,500 years old.
Well,
One of
the
the oldest
Chinese
languages. So.
apparently were able to combat the effects of the flood because their civilization is recorded as being their previous to and post of, without interruption of the flood.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I think that their calendar specifically shows exactly how old they think everything is. That's why it's about 4,500 years old.
And
They're 4,000-year-old culture.
with the Egyptians,
The Chinese calendar is not what our calendar is. We're on a one.
I'm saying, do you think the Egyptians weren't here pre and post flood also?
Well, I think
The Egyptians. Wait, go ahead, Arcane.
Egypt
I mean,
was
if
there.
you do the math on the flood, then it seems that they built a civilization and created the pyramids 80 years after the flood?
No, I think those might have been pre-flood.
Yeah, they could have been very well pre-flood. That is still debated. There's no consensus on this. And I don't
Well,
know.
all the water
It's
under
not
the
debated by
Sphinx.
historians, though. It's debated by Christians.
Exactly. There's no consensus. They do not know if the pyramids were
There's a
pre-flood or post-flood.
consensus among historians.
You can't date rocks, homie.
Yeah. I don't know what you're saying. Do you think the Sphinx is 10,000 years old or something like that?
No, but what I'm saying is we have a recorded history of the people that have no significant flood story that happened in the midst of their civilization, which goes back many, many years before the flood apparently or allegedly happened.
Well, the oldest written language is actually 6,000 years old. The oldest recorded written language of
What,
humankind.
cuneiform?
Well, yeah, they wrote it in cuneiform. It was the Sumerians. And there was actually people before that who had
Yeah, there were a lot of people before that. We still have cave art and all kinds of other settlements that existed thousands of years before that.
Well, that begs the question. That would assume that there was not a civilization, and then a flood happened, and then the people after the flood wrote in the caves.
What
Well-
in the world was that?
Would that be possible that, there was a civilization pre-flood, the flood happened, and then, the people who got off the ark, when they got scattered
Well,
around
no, the people I'm talking about in caves, we're talking, now we're talking different species.
No, I'm talking about after the Tower of
okay,
Babel,
okay.
when God screwed up the languages and everybody dispersed, that those people, when they migrated, don't you think they might have took shelter in caves and probably wrote stuff down in there?
When you say God screwed up the languages, I get a little confused on that. I'm not sure what you mean.
Tower
the
of Babel.
Tower of
Okay.
Babel was when God switched
You
the
know,
language.
we actually can look at all the languages on the earth and linguistically follow back the path and look at where the similarities lay all the way until they come to almost a single language, right?
Yeah, that
And
proves
they
the
go to
Bible.
Hebrew.
Yeah, but for the most part, let's just say yes. Let's just, for the sake of argument, say yes. Okay, we know that if Hebrews moved out of Israel and went to, say, Italy, that Hebrew becomes regional. And let's say some of those people moved a little bit away from there, and say they went up to where Spain is, and they didn't make a lot of contact with the people in Italy. Their language changes slightly over time, and eventually the people from Italy don't understand the people in Spain because they're speaking two languages that are now dissimilar enough. We can look almost genetically at the way languages evolved as they spread out from one place to another. We have linguistic people that do that.
Right, every language can be traced back to a common language. That's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a point where there was like, bam, all of a sudden there was Egyptian and Hebrew and whatever, you know?
So you're saying over billions of years, apes learn to talk, and
No,
that's
no,
more
no,
feasible to
I'm
you?
not even talking billions of years. You're talking over a span of, roughly, I don't know. I don't even know. But it's thousands of years, not billions.
So
And
an
not
ape,
even tens of thousands of years.
but what you're saying though is that an ape somehow learning how to create language is
I'm
somehow
not
more
talking
feasible
about
to you.
apes. We're talking about from Proto-Canaanite to modern English.
Well, yeah, that fits the Bible perfectly. One language diverged into all the
I'll
different
agree with you that the time frame fits the Bible perfectly, but the storyline does not.
Grant, wait a second. There are no primitive languages. The oldest languages on Earth are very complicated, much more complicated than English.
Yeah, like 400 and something characters.
Yeah, I
Well-
mean, this is insane. I was trying to write Chinese the other day. It's a nightmare.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's because
we've
there's
evolved, that's for sure, as far as language.
Yeah, we evolved to English, yo.
yeah, and Greek has what? 18 letters in traditional Greek?
Yeah, Greek isn't the oldest language.
No, but I'm just saying, not all languages are complex.
Well, that would be post-flood as well. There's also a pre-flood language that we can't even decipher yet. That was
What language do you think is pre-flood?
well, there was a common language that they had back then, a writing
Did they
system.
write it anywhere?
Yeah, they wrote it on stones all over the earth, and
And
this would imply that there was a
got
global
samples of that?
civilization.
Hey, Grant, let him
Hold
talk,
on.
man.
This would imply that there was a global civilization prior to our common knowledge of this civilization. We have no idea who these people were, just like we can't figure out who built the pyramid in Giza, or we can't figure out who built those pyramids underwater in Japan, off the coast of Japan. And that would fit the Atlantis story quite well also, that Plato talked about. So there's all kinds of evidence for a pre-flood civilization that we don't have record of. There's no record of who built the pyramid. That fits the Bible. Doesn't fit evolution, though.
Mhm.
Yep, it's pretty unbelievable how obvious it is, too.
Hey, you know what else is crazy? The Ark of the Covenant, the dimensions of it were described in the Bible. The exact dimensions of that ark could fit perfectly inside of the sarcophagus in the king's chamber of the pyramid. Perfectly. I mean, it was made for that. And if you look into the Giza power plant theory, that ark might have had something to do with energy. Because didn't they carry it into battle and all that other stuff? And people think that this was like some mythical artifact. But no, this thing was an actual power source of some kind. And I think the pyramid, since there was no writing in it and there was no body found in it or treasure or no kind of crazy stuff like that, it was used for electricity, I think, for energy.
Huh.
And there's pyramids all over the earth. There's pyramids in Mexico and China and Bolivia and South America, everywhere. They're
But I
all
thought
over
these
the earth.
people were primitive. Aren't these people primitive? I mean,
Oh yeah, and they did it all with hemp ropes and copper chisels.
okay. You know, I don't know. I just don't know what people think when they see this stuff. It's like most of these people that say these things, you would ask them, well, can you build primitive tools? And they're just going to look at you with like a deer caught in the headlights. None of these people talking all this crap and hate can do anything like that.
Where did John May go?
He blew out. Oh, hey, you have to unmute yourself, Grant.
Did he get raptured? Did someone rapture him, or was he one of the
He might have been raptured.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I just. This
All
is
right, Grant. Sorry, buddy. Things happen. What can you say?
not my kind of crowd.
Okay.
I like to debate. I like to discuss. I like to be open-minded. But
Yeah.
you know, if I get muted for trying to discuss, then
No,
feel
no. You kept
I might
interrupting.
as well
Okay,
be sitting in
it's okay.
some dogmatic
I
room.
understand. Yep. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna mute you now because you're obviously now being harassment, towards me. But if you keep interrupting people, I have no choice. Arcane's speaking, and people always got to keep interrupting us all the time. We're kind of annoyed with it. That's why this video is on right now, because we're sick of being treated like shit, so to speak. So learn how to be civil. Don't talk over people, and this won't be a problem. John the Deist in the building, very quiet.
Yeah, I'm gonna take off, man. I'm gonna get me some grub. But if you guys are still on when I get back, I'll join in.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, man. We might shut it down soon, or it might be on for 4 hours. I have no idea.
All right, Grant. It was good hearing from you, man.
Yeah, take care, guys. Be blessed. Talk to you later.
Hey, later, man. Thanks for coming, bro.
That should be the name of the hangout from now on. We're not taking shit anymore.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't understand why people think they can just talk. I mean, I do it too, but I usually go, oh, you were talking. It's because, sometimes we speak when each other's speaking, but... okay.
Yeah, it's like it's really hard because we don't have the facial cues or the body cues to know who goes and who starts speaking, so it's kind of hard. But usually when I hear someone speaking, it's like I'll zip up real fast, and I think that's common decency.
Yeah, I mean, I never mute anybody. I never ever do any kind of crap. I just did that because Arcane was talking in the middle of what he was saying, and anybody can unmute themselves whenever they want to. It's not like there was a mute war. I mean, people, lighten up.
I think he was just getting too convicted.
Well, very, very well could be. I mean, if I left every time I was muted, I mean, that's like 1,000 times. I mean, come on. It's get serious, people. We're online right now. We can't see each other's faces. You're going to be muted once in a while.
Yeah. I do think he was really convicted. He didn't know how to respond to this.
Man, sometimes Arcane and I, we don't play around. So.
I mean, it's like you're talking about all these biblical articles that he considers a myth, and then finding out they're real. Think of the cognitive dissonance that's going on in that man's brain.
Right, and that's
sad.
the thing. Yeah, I think Shea Dubs even agrees with this. I don't know about John Diaz, but I think it's over 3/4 of the world believes in the Torah, and there's nothing you can do. That is the vast majority, and these people are the smallest minority. I'm doing them a favor. I don't have to do anything for these people. They do nothing for society. They've done nothing for the education system. They've done nothing for the world. These atheists and God haters and these people that want to think they came from Islam have never done anything for the world we exist in, and they are nowhere near any sort of minority opinion. They are the smallest group of people. So that's the thing that they keep trying to act like we are as creationists or something, as if creationists are the minority, and it's the exact opposite. So. And even if you're Islam,
Korea,
yeah, either way.
in Korea and a lot of other Asian countries, they teach Judaism in schools.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Even though they're not Jewish, they teach it because they say it has so much wisdom in it that
Exactly.
every children should know it.
Yeah. Did you say Korea?
Korea and some other Asian countries,
Yeah.
they do. Yeah. I'm not particularly sure which ones, but they teach Judaism as a curriculum from kindergarten up.
Wow, that's impressive. They don't do that in American schools.
Oh no, you would
We
have.
talk about Christianity in American schools.
Oh man, that's crazy. Oh,
Well, you sure have to spend days listening about Muslims.
I think everybody but you got to listen to everything but Christianity now. Well, I mean, you're not going to hear the Torah, that's for sure. I mean, those Koreans, you got to hand it to them, man.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, that's... Well, I love the Torah. The Torah is wonderful. I read it on a daily basis, so... Where am I in now? I think... Oh, I'm in Hosea. That's where I am in the Bible. Where are you in the Bible?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm all over the place. Yeah, right. Earlier I did Genesis 1. I started over.
Oh, you're not a linear reader.
I tried that. I did that for about 5 or 6 months. I read all of Genesis and all of Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, Job. My favorite book, Job.
Oh yeah.
So what can I don't know. I haven't even read the entire book, and I don't have to lie and say I did because it doesn't change anything. This is not a small book, and it's not an overnight read. When I read it out loud. So I don't just sit here and stare at the page. I want to hear myself say these words because I think if I don't, I want to really read it for real. So.
Well,
if you get a chance, Pillbox or anyone else, Idol Smasher every week on Thursdays. We do a little Bible study. We read the Parsha of the week, and we talk about it. It's like every week there's a different Parsha, a different couple of chapters, basically. That's what the Jewish people call it, Parsha. And we read it, and we talk about it, and we try to apply it to our, what's going on in life today.
That's awesome, man. I'm definitely down.
Yeah, I didn't come yesterday. Oh, I did a couple days ago because I wasn't feeling up to it, but yeah, I'm usually there.
Well, I'm in on that, man. Yeah, tell Idol, send me an invite when he does it. I'm in. So that's all there is to it. But what about you, John Diaz, man? Nothing from you, man. What's going on? Well, he might be asleep. That's okay. It's a little late out now. I know for some of you people it might be 3 o'clock in the morning. I know Shay Dubs. He's out there on the East Coast. Where are you at?
150.
No, okay, that's not that bad. Not bad. You can probably put a beer down or two, and you'll still be okay.
I don't drink, bruh.
Did you ever drink? Did you ever drink?
I did when I was younger.
Yeah, cool. What about you, Shannon? Or John the Diaz, I guess, since I'm asking. Yeah,
Oh, John the Diaz loves a good brewski.
Yeah, good. Sometimes I do too. I don't do the liquor. I don't do any of the hard stuff. I drink beer. I drink real beer, and I don't know. It's weird, I guess, and it's probably not good for me, but I do it. Well, what an interesting week, yeah. Man, I've been married for 7 days now.
How's the married life treating you?
Oh, it's absolutely divine, let me tell you. My wife is obviously the most amazing person I've ever met, and she's just so good to me, and so I guess she's in charge now. Oops, game over.
The old ball and chain, huh?
Damn, yeah.
That's
Man,
beautiful, man. It was great. It was so unexpected. You popped out of blue, out of nowhere. You're like, hey, J-Dubs, talk to me, and I'm like, yeah, what's up? Getting married. It's like, oh.
Yeah, bro. You were somebody that popped up, and I was like, well, I'm gonna talk to him real quick. Yeah, I think I was actually. It was the day before, yeah, or within hours or something. Yeah, and you were, I think, probably the first person I told. Yeah.
Man, that was nice of you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. There's good people out there. That's why obviously you're here tonight, and I don't mind sharing stuff with you guys. With you, there's a lot of good hearts out there that I definitely want to tell things like, hey, man, yeah, I'm getting married, and because I never, even 2 years ago, I would have never thought I was going to be married. So, I was wrong, just like I'm always wrong, and God always shows me what I'm going to do, and I have no choice. So. And I guess that's when I realized I was a Christian, when I was able to just put down everything. I mean, I know that we're not all Christians here and everything, but it meant something to me to change everything in my life when I realized that who was my creator, and I thought, okay, well now I have to actually walk the walk. I can't talk about it anymore, unless I'm doing it. So, but I'm just as sinful as the next person, knowing that that part didn't change. That's what we are as humans.
Yeah.
But I gotta try to lead by example, but that has nothing to do with if I'm going to heaven or not. That's what I truly believe. It doesn't matter what I do, but knowing what I know now, there's no way I can live the way I was living. I just can't. And I've ran into some amazing luck in the last 2 years that I do not deserve, and I really, it's honestly, every day I wake up, I go, I can't believe that, I've been blessed, and I feel that I better do something about it. And that's kind of how I guess I get motivated to, protect the Bible, in a sense, is not just be a Christian, and I am a Christian, obviously, but I'm still a new Christian. So I always don't do the Christian thing, but when somebody does something wrong, and again, like I said this earlier, condemning is not judging, and as even Christians and Bible believers have every right to condemn people that are doing atrocious things, and that's my right, and even my God has told me that's what I'm supposed to do. That when the wicked do something, I have every right to call them out and say you're wrong. And that's not judging, that's condemning. And, it happens on here because obviously people want to get nasty and attack and act like animals, like you say, Dubs, because that's the world we live in now. So,
yeah,
it's interesting to say the least because, I didn't know I was going to be talking on the internet with people either, half a year ago. It's pretty weird. But there's a lot of egos on both sides, and that goes for the Christians too. You know, there's a lot of bullshit, you know, all over this place. Yeah.
I know. Don't you wish you could just be like, quit the bullshit and move on?
Yeah, some people just love drama, and they got to bring up stuff, and I'm going to call you out, and you need to come here to this room, and you need to debate with me, and we're going to do that. And it's like, what are you doing? That has nothing to do with, doing what you're supposed to be doing as a Christian. Yeah, we were supposed to wait for people to do things to us. We don't attack people. If someone attacks us, yeah, on the spot, you're supposed to call them out. But if they're not there anymore, you don't bring them back and say, hey, come back here so I can call you out again. What are you doing? I mean, unless you got attacked personally, that's not what Christians do. You know, we wait for you to draw first blood. I wait for you to punch me in the face. I'll wait for you to slap me, and then I'm going to slap you back. And, you know, that's how it's going to be. I mean, that's what I was taught, that golden rule. Weren't you taught that golden rule, Shay Dove? Just make sure you never hit first.
Oh, yeah, the golden rule, yeah. Treat others like you
that's
want to be
the real
treated.
golden rule. The real golden rule is make sure you let them hit you first. That's what That's what I'm going to teach my kids. Is that brainwashing?
Of course, it's indoctrination.
Yeah, I'm going to indoctrinate my kid. Little Sally, when she hits you, you're going to rip her earrings out of her head. And then you're going to take her purse and you're going to beat it over her boyfriend's head. Okay. Oh. Well, I was having a conversation 2 weeks ago. What's that, Shannon?
You're already pregnant. You've been married for 7 days and you're already pregnant.
No, that was hypothetical. No, I'm hypothetical because, you know, everybody always says little Johnny. I wanted to show that I would teach a little girl how to beat the hell out of somebody that hits her. That's all.
Are you
ready for
about,
kids?
I was just going to ask, are you thinking about it?
No, actually, I'm literally playing everything by ear. What God happens to me, that's what happens to me. You know, that's that simple now. That's how I live. I don't plan anything anymore.
Okay.
That's freeing, man.
I'm just being honest with you. Like, I just cut off, like, even doing anything that I thought. Just either I'm going to do things for God, because if I'm not, I'm being stupid, like I always am being stupid. So I need something to stop making me be stupid and do something for God instead of myself. And that's, you know what, I had to stop worrying about what I wanted, and that's it. I don't. It doesn't matter what I want, because I'm not going to get to do what I want, because everything I wanted for the past 25 years didn't happen. So obviously I was wrong. That's the way I look at it. I was probably worse than most atheists in some ways. So it is what it is.
Oh yeah, you do a lot of stupid things when you don't believe in God.
I thought the Discovery Channel was not lying to me. I really believed in the Discovery Channel. I thought that was telling me the truth.
Oh, I did too. I was actually, like, I'm hearing there's a lot of seismic activity in Yellowstone, like, for today. So I was looking at, like, Yellowstone, things about Yellowstone, and I saw this, like, National Geographic Yellowstone. I'm like, okay, maybe they'll give me some information on what's happening with Yellowstone at this moment. So I put it on. 13 million years ago, the supervolcano in Yellowstone erupted. I'm like, 13 million years ago? And then it's wonderful. You have to understand, all these animals at this time were so different than what we could possibly imagine. So they were pushing the evolution thing, even though it was about Yellowstone. And then you see all these, like, computer graphic, like, animals, and I'm like, dude, how could people believe evolution if everything they see is like either a picture or a computer graphic? And they believe this stuff.
No, they think that's the evidence. When they see that, they think, oh, this is the evidence. Look, you know, a fish changing into a chameleon or something. Look, now it's a rep. That happened because you saw it on TV.
Yeah, so Mickey Mouse must be true too.
Oh, no, you just don't understand how it works, actually.
Oh.
That's what it is.
But it was on TV, so it had to be true.
Oh, man. I mean, they literally, well, Discovery, it's a Discovery Channel. They would never lie. These people are the experts. You're just a crazy lunatic. They would never lie to us, ever.
No.
No, the TV always tells the truth. Don't you guys know that? Oh man. They came up with that. I don't know when it was, but 3 decades ago, they were trying to figure out, these people in power. How do we get something into everybody's house so they can always listen to us and we can tell them what to do all the time?
TV.
And then man, they just got. Have you ever watched a lot of old television when you were a kid? A lot of black and white television, and the Twilight Zone, and the old stuff. How different it was.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was all about nationalism and how great America is.
Yes. Yes. And we stopped those Japanese people, and we stopped the Nazis. Okay, all the time. These. And they promoted that for 10 years. And I remember my dad talking about World War II, and he was born at the end of it. They read that into people's minds that America saved the world, and the Japanese were just horrible, So we had to nuke them, and so this, I don't know. I mean, the way I look at it now, I think nuking a country was probably a bad thing to do. I think.
Oh, there's got to be a curse with the Japanese people and radiation and nuclear problems. There has to be some...
yes, there is, because in the 1800s they translated the origin of species of natural selection through favored races to Japanese, and they changed everything. Oh, so what can you say? They went to them to the elite. They said they were the most superior bred race because they had the less hair. They had the least amount of hair, so they're the most superior, so they were actually gods, and they believe their emperor's a god, and they always have anyway, so it fit along perfect with an already culture that was racist. You got, obviously, many different cultures in that part of the world, and, they're all different. Every single one of them is very different. Well, the Japanese were the ones that fell for it, and they became very powerful, and, I mean, look how fast they built that army up. I mean, man, they were beasts.
Yeah.
It was important to build that military weapon. They knew it was all about they tied it into their legends. They tied it into their history with their samurai. That this is the new way. We're more superior than these people, and we have a right to take their land. And hey, is that new? I mean, isn't that what it's always been for thousands of years? It's always been some form of evolution that promotes the elitists and the powers and the empires to think they're better than everybody else, so that we can go and kill, and then tell everybody you're free because we killed you all. Isn't that history over and over again?
Yes.
I just don't see how people don't look at history at all and just see what is the main underlying factor of all of this fascism and death, and it's all about the superiority complex. That's all it's ever been.
Yep. It is.
I don't understand how it's so difficult to look at these things and just say, man, there's a problem with elitists. Well, what do elitists want? And just put 2 and 2 together.
Power, money. Some living in fear because they're actually under Satan, and Satan's a jerk to these people. Yeah. Have you ever talked to people falling out of Satanism and how they talk about Satan? They hate him. He treats his people horrible. And our God is immoral, though.
Yeah, Satan's probably not the best dude to hook up with. Yeah.
No, they say they make these deals with Satan, and it always ends up like one of their family members dying because of these deals and stuff. It's like...
I have heard a lot of things about that over the years, many things, and people that are rich and people have money, or name movie stars or actresses, actors. I mean, there's a lot of people that get very wealthy that for some reason have weird ties to these types of things going on, and even talking about them themselves. They are the ones talking about it, and hearing them talk. I mean, of course, atheists are going to say, "Oh, now it's a conspiracy theory," like they always say. But, these people are mentioning into it and talking about sometimes Satan. I mean, what is rock and roll constantly mentioning? I mean, come on.
Yeah, and these Hollywood stars coming out saying they're having sex with demons and ghosts. I mean, and they think they're joking. These people aren't joking. They're very serious about this. They believe they've had sex with these things. Do you go deep into the occult or anything?
Not really. I played with the
Okay.
Ouija board once.
Oh, that was the most. I played with the Ouija board once, and it was one of the most scariest experiences of my life.
Really? That's what I was hoping for. I didn't get it. It was pretty boring.
No, we asked who it was that was speaking to us, and he said, "I am Satan." I'm like, okay, I'm not playing this anymore. Let's-
Yeah, I wanted any name but that one. Come on.
no, I don't want to play with him.
That's awesome. Well, you know what's funny? I'm out here. I'm right now. You know, I'm in Arizona. I just felt a cold chill, and I'm outside. That was weird.
Oh.
About 85 degrees out here. Wow. Okay. Anyway.
I'm surprised.
Yeah,
No, I did put the link out on my channel, and I thought we were going to get some wild animals in, but I don't know. I guess they just can't handle it live.
They can't unless they have the mute button. Shade-Ups? No.
That's disappointing.
Yeah. What do you expect? I mean, really?
Expecting someone like Seth to come in here. Oh man.
Oh, I already had to smack him around earlier. He's not coming in. Yeah.
Make it sound like you're a pimp.
Well, yeah, he's one of my bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a few of them out. I got at least half a dozen out there. You know. I'll be honest with you. You know, if you have to mute me and hide and slander and lie, you're my bitch. I mean, that's that simple. If you have to do these things, it's the only way to communicate. Obviously, I control you because you cannot control yourself. So it's real simple.
I sometimes think I'm living in like the Twilight Zone. You ever see that? You ever see that episode where it's like the beautiful woman and she's being worked on and she's being told she's ugly, but it's really
right. Yeah, it's called Eye of the Beholder. Yeah.
That's how I think. Like I'm being told every day that I'm wrong, that I'm ugly, that I'm a bad person. But it's really that I'm the beautiful woman, and society's the pigs. You know, it's the opposite.
Exactly. And you know what was cool about that with Shade-Ups and that Twilight Zone? It was the state that was the most important. You must do these things for the state. And they always said that. And Rod Serling was a genius. He knew that in the future it was all going to be the state telling you what to do. It was going to be fascist and elitism. He warned us about that shit 40, 50 years ago. Bro.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome, I think.
Yeah, even Star Trek talks about, they pretty much are run by the state. You know?
Yeah, they're running around a USS Enterprise. What is that? It's a warship. Geniuses.
Well, they got to get rid of them, you know, Romulans and Ferengis and all that wonderful stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they hope. They really hope to go out to seek new worlds and travel the stars, you know, because this planet's not good enough. So we got to look for someplace else to destroy that. If it's really nice, we'll find it and we'll destroy it instead. I don't know.
Yeah. I would just assume there would be a more superior being out there that would just wipe us out of existence.
I know. Why is it that we have all these millions of dollars in NASA and the SETI program? We can't get one blip on the radar. You know, that's fun. That's nice.
Because I don't believe what they tell us about space. I really don't.
Oh, they do lie often about space. I will tell you this. Yes, they lie constantly, and the biggest lies are just telling us where they're going and where they've been. Please.
Oh, yeah. And they name everything after these ancient gods and mythology stuff.
Yep. Satan, Apollo is Satan. Yep. That's good. Freaking geniuses.
Yep. Like, why are you naming them after these ancient gods? For instance. Because I know one thing. The Bible does certainly point to stars as being angels. So I'm going to look at what the Bible says and assume that we're talking about fallen angels here, like the planets, for instance. They could be representatives of, like, fallen angels. They're certainly named after them.
Yeah.
Like, you look at Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up Satan there. And the thing is it's like Saturn is such an interesting planet because
Yep.
it also has like this hexagram right on top of it, or a hexagram, something like that.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, and it's just swirling around there. This big old like hexagram swirling around there, and it could easily turn into a Baphomet if you do it properly. So
Wow.
yeah, and they name it after Satan, and Satan is looked upon as the Baphomet, which is contained within a hexagon. So you look at it that way, and then you look at Mars, and it's red like blood, and Mars is what is Mars?
God of War or something? No, that's
Yeah.
Ares. Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, we're talking
Ares
Greek
is
and
so I don't know.
Greek and Roman gods are the same gods. They just have different names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at all these things, and it's like I just started questioning science, I guess. And they say I'm not thinking. Well, obviously I am if I'm questioning science itself and what we were told throughout the years. Because I'm starting to notice all these images they give us of all these different type of galaxies. They look like water-colored paintings.
Right,
So,
like floating, spinning water. Like it's spinning.
yeah. Yeah, so it's like, is that even real, those pictures they're giving us? Or is it disinformation?
Well, those pictures are absolutely real. The thing is, they have no idea what they're looking at. They have absolutely no idea what are in these pictures. They have absolutely not a clue. That's the truth. And they have absolutely no idea what the distance is either. They have absolutely no idea how far it is. They've tried to say their trigonometry. I'm sorry, it doesn't work. If you were to take 2 points in between, like take 2 points being the length of a millimeter, and then 1 point making the triangle, and it was from Los Angeles to New York, you would not be able to pick that skinny triangle and tell me how far the distance was, unless you just knew it automatically, because we know how far Los Angeles and New York are from each other. There's no way you could take that triangle and look at it and say, oh, we can see the distance. It doesn't work. So
Yeah,
they've been wrong about everything.
Exactly. And how can you tell the distance of, these stars and galaxies, especially since light is known to curve itself?
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, that's a great point.
yeah, you may not actually have an accurate reading of how far these things are if light curves itself.
Right, and the speed has already been proven to change, so the relativity is wrong because it's gone slower, it's gone faster, and we can't predict, and we have no idea why it goes the speed it goes, and we don't even know what it is. We don't know what light is, and if they say I know what it is, they're lying, and that, they have no choice. We do not know what light is. We don't even know what gravity is. These are our ways of explaining these things. We have absolutely no idea how these things work, how any mechanism in biological works, how the atom works, how light works. I mean, everything. The conservation of angular momentum, how gravity does that, how the inverse square law. I mean, this is obviously a design of a universe that's very specific and very, impressive, to say the least. These things did not work themselves from nothing. How do we have these laws?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just psychotic to think that something could accidentally burp, and now we have the universe and laws. I mean, it's psychotic.
Well, in order to,
he's a deist.
yeah, in order to lie increasingly of the fact that everything is apparently random, they had to invent multiverses in order to explain why everything is random. And yeah, they have to invent all these other things. Like, for instance, the way we're moving apparently in the universe and the matter that we see isn't good enough, so they have to invent a, theory of dark matter that's mostly surrounding the universe because they can't tell what's doing what.
Right, so they're saying we don't know, so pseudo matter, because we don't know, we'll just make up something.
Yeah, and we've never even caught dark matter. You would think the most abundant thing within the universe we would be able to catch.
Well, here's why this is so stupid and why these people are such idiots is because they don't even understand how matter itself works. Why are they looking for other matter? They don't even know how normal matter works. They don't even understand the atom. Why does the atom is spinning at 300 million miles a second or something like that, and this thing is spinning and it's so small you can't see unless you use this advanced microscope, and by the way, it has more power than you will ever use in your entire life. And this is and 100 sextillion of these exist accidentally, forming perfectly the universe and the planet, stars, and the matter, the gases, the elements. I mean, you can't understand any of it. So automatically, therefore, it happened accidentally. Okay. I see.
I know. It's beyond comprehension how they have to invent things up in order to explain their hypothesis. And it's like you look at the math and it's like, how do you know if all these equations are the right size and everything? Especially since you can't measure it. You can't measure gravity per se. You can measure the pull it gives, but you can't really measure gravity.
Right.
I just got someone named the Anti-Theist Rationalist added me on Google Plus.
Oh, invite him in.
Oh God.
I'm sure he's an amazing individual. You never know. You can't judge a book by its cover, Shay. Oh man.
I don't know. My spider sense is a little tingling here.
Oh no, I'm sure he's fine. Come on.
No, I'm going ahead and blocking him.
Nice.
Preemptive block.
That's called preemptive strike. Good. Sorry, buddy. So, when you want to relax and act like a human being instead of saying anti-theist or whatever, that won't happen. Well, probably did him a favor.
Sorry, was
Yeah.
that too hateful? And I did that live
I think
too.
it's appropriate. No, and if anybody wants to condemn you for making a personal judgment about somebody that, added you that obviously looks like, a moron, oh well. I mean, I don't know how many, I got to be honest with you, I think half the people I talk to are opposed. I really think that most of these people are got to be fake, for one, and two, they never show their face, they give excuses why they can't come onto the Hangout. We've talked about it a few times. You even let them on and stay on your channels, I've noticed. I think it's hilarious. Just let them in the room. Let them take their spot up, because obviously they want to be in there for a reason, and they'll sit there in their little quiet corner and just watch human beings converse while they sit there. I don't know how that's enjoyable in life, but man.
Because it's what they learned all their life by watching TV.
Right.
So this is the new way of TV.
Yeah, eavesdrop, hang out and be there and play games and yeah.
Oh, see, it's fun to them.
It is.
It's all a game to them.
It is.
They don't take anything serious anymore. I don't think anyone takes anything serious anymore.
Yep. I for the most part.
Like September 11th messed up everything.
Oh,
the world went wacky afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yep.
What do you think, J-Dubs?
J-Dubs there.
Yeah.
Hey, J-Dubs.
What do I think about what?
What do you think about this world and how wacky it's gotten?
I think it's because people don't want to rip up weeds. That's what I think it is. I think of life as like a beautiful garden. We have these beautiful plants, but then you have these weeds here that are growing, and no one has the balls to just call it out as a weed. So they go, "Oh, you can't. It's a different opinion. You can't. That's bigoted. You can't do it. You can't, And
Right.
so we let these weeds grow, and then what happens is that they kill the good-looking and healthy plants, the ones that you want, and that's my metaphor for society.
Yeah.
I would say atheism is a weed. I would say, homosexuality, abortion, all these weeds that no one wants to pull up.
Muslims?
Well, I'm torn on some of those subjects, but for the God haters for sure. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, those are the people that are really trying to destroy, these liberals and these people that are just psychotic and anti-biblical, and yeah, those are the real weeds, I think, and they're making everything else spawn on. They're spawning into these malignant octopuses that cause all these other things to happen now. And then, like you said, once they grow, now they're really out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do, right?
Well, very soon God's going to be able to destroy them, so we don't have to worry about them anymore. See?
Right. That's true.
Fixed.
What about the judicial system? Look how this judicial system is designed just to protect criminals. What type of world are we living in? What type of world is this? I mean, this is sick. We have this judicial. All these criminals, murderers have all these rights that I don't even have. And then they, not all of them obviously are there's no group that's, of course, across the board equal, but some of these criminals are just allowed to do things and get off because of technicalities, and they can even steal, or just thieves in the banking industry, how they get away with murder. It's just sick. As long as you have money, it doesn't matter. You can be a criminal, and if you have money and you're a good criminal, you can stay a criminal, because you can just protect yourself and hire lawyers.
Yep.
It's sick.
And judges are completely biased, too. They'll listen to the state before they'll listen to a person. A civilian. They'll listen to the state. Like, cops are corrupt as anything nowadays. But they'll listen to the cop. They're not going to listen to the civilian who got his head beaten in.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, we see that all the time. I mean, Rodney King was the beginning. Now it's all over YouTube. We see thousands of these incidents happening. Tens of thousands. All over the world, all over the United States, and all over the country, you name it. I mean, women, mothers are shot in their cars because their vehicle was similar to a suspect, so they're just shot and killed. They're so trigger happy. They're constantly killing people. We know that. I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. I mean, the black community has been murdered for over 100 years from these police. They've always been doing it to them. So that's why I kind of sometimes go, and I understand some of the other groups and the things that they have to say, because they have put up with a lot of oppression from the power systems and the literal occupiers of our country now that we call police, because we can't take care of ourselves. So now look, they've just turned into a spawn themselves in this octopus of power. They're above the law. They can do what they want. And they can kill you and not even go to jail for it because, I thought he had a gun. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, he
doesn't have accountability anymore with them.
Yeah, because I'm holding my smartphone. They had a right to kill me.
Yep. And
all you have,
they especially like killing homeless people.
Yep. Yep. And they spruce up their weapons. Oh, I got my nice Glock with my trigger and this. I can't wait to use it,
Oh yeah.
Sick.
Oh yeah, and then they use the I use my gun to protect your ass.
Right.
You didn't protect me. What did you protect me from any crime that was committed against me ever? No, you didn't.
No.
Instead, you treat me like a criminal even though I'm the victim.
Yeah.
And let these people do whatever they want.
Yeah. I had a run-in with the cops about 5 months ago. Because I have some criminals in my family, so I had to get the police involved. And these cops, because I'm basically, I wouldn't say I'm a kid, but I do not look like, I guess, an older respectable person or something. I look like a punk kid. So they treat me a little bit different or something. They don't like it. They couldn't believe that these people that were twice my age were doing these things. They discriminated me because I'm younger than the people in my family that are committing these crimes, and they pissed me off so much. I was yelling at them in the middle of the street at the top of my lungs, telling them that they were cowards and disgrace, and they just ran back to their car and drove away because they couldn't do shit because I called them out and you guys are. I literally was like, you guys are a disgrace. People are disgusting. But anyway, that's all good. But yep. But they won't even help. My point is, they won't even help. They do not serve. They do not help you. They do not care.
No, they just give you attitude lately. And it's sad. It's sad that our officers has turned into that.
Well, it's not new. I mean, this is another form of these superior mindset people that think they're good enough to carry a stick around and beat people with it. So most of those types of people are not going to be real people. They're going to be scumbags. That's 90% of these types of people. That's all there is to it. And
Well,
I know that people. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry. I actually heard the only people they hire now for the police forces, not the captains or anything or the higher ups, but the regular grunts. I heard they hire people with a IQ between 80 and 110. So we're talking about very stupid people in positions of power and authority. That's scary.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to look into that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. They're just gun-toting idiots, and they love the extra patriotic ones.
Oh, man.
The ones who love America.
Yeah, we saved the world. Yep.
Yeah. Say that to someone in Iraq. They'll really, yeah. We saved the world by inventing terrorists and then, letting them loose.
Oh, no, nobody would ever do that, Shen. You're out of your mind. Nobody would ever do that.
No. Reagan, Donald Rumsfeld never did anything like that in the 90s with Bin Laden.
No, we never told Iraq they could dig into Kuwait's oil field and then invade them when they did it. No.
Yeah, we never did that.
No.
No, George Bush was not friends at all with the Bin Laden family at all. He wasn't.
No, he was not. They never spoke. Nope.
Yeah, and his grandfather, Prescott Bush, never had anything to do with Hitler.
Oh, man.
At all. Yeah.
No. You're just a Holocaust denier now. That's what you are.
Oh, I have to be.
Yep, you're a Holocaust denier. Yep. And you hate Jews. You are a Holocaust denier, and you want to kill Jews. So clearly,
no.
You mentioned Hitler, and you're a Christian, so you don't believe in the Holocaust.
Oh, okay. That doesn't make much sense, but I guess with the rationale of thinking that you came from a monkey, I guess you could see at that point.
Yeah, you just don't understand how it works. So.
Oh. Yeah. It's because I'm a woman. I don't understand.
That too. Whatever. I mean, we're not. The thing is, we're laughing, but we're not joking.
No.
What we are saying is we have talked to these people long enough that we can spew their rhetoric just as well as they can because they constantly say the same hysterical, hateful garbage over and over again. And this is literally just what they say constantly to us. And we're laughing about it, and it's the truth, and we are laughing. It is funny, but it's the truth, and I guess that's why it's funny, maybe.
Yeah.
No sweat off my brow. You guys want to keep acting like that's not my problem. You obviously are getting pissed at me for a reason. You guys flail your arms, and everybody's a heretic and a Holocaust denier, or they're an idiot. That's what atheists and these evolutionists tell us. That either you believe in us, or you're an idiot, or you're just out of your mind, or So.
No, Christians could not possibly research about anything at all. We grew up in Christian homes, So we had to know all this stuff. We were born Christians. That's how it works, right?
Yeah. Well, I really like the new wave of these evolutionists that ask me constantly, well, how would evolution ever contradict the Bible? And it's like, okay, so you've never read a single word of the Bible. Okay. They just give it away right away that they have never understood a single word of the Bible. They might think they read it, but they have absolutely no understanding of it. And that's all that proves. Every time.
I know, especially when God specifically said, after their kinds, I think that's a good indication that it wasn't talking about evolution.
Or in Romans where it says you worship the animal. That's interesting. Wow, God was really, he knew what they were going to say, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, God is awesome how he, like, knew everything that they were going to say. It made a rebuttal in it thousands of years before they even said it.
Yeah, and he put it in a book. It's awesome. He already put it in a book, calling on every single one of them in a book already. It's every language. Unbelievable.
They're too stupid to not pick it up and actually read it and realize, oh wait, that is correct. That is correct. Oh gee. Blows my mind.
Oh man, it's unbelievable. Every time you read that book, you'll find something new or something you don't remember or something you don't know, and it's like, wow, it just impresses me every time.
Oh yeah, it impresses me. Actually, when I was was it Ezekiel? I think it was the last part of Ezekiel. I was reading it, and I saw something about like the two horns, right? And to me, it just reminded me totally of September 11th, what happened. I was like, wow, I could see the prophecy right there of September 11th.
Yeah.
And
Very well could be.
I don't know. I see it a lot, seeing the prophecies being fulfilled, especially if you look at what's happening with Israel or the Vatican. Oh, the Vatican, what they're doing right now is like the Pope's the false prophet. I have no doubt in my mind. What he's doing right now is unbelievably, like, script by script of what the Bible said he was going to do.
Where does it say that, leaders of the churches should dress up like, minions? Where does it say that we're supposed to put on these giant satanic red robes and these giant crowns upon our heads? I mean,
the fish caps, the Babylonian fish caps.
Yeah, what is this garbage? Do people fall for this? These sanctimonious, this elitist, sick human worship bullshit.
Because they have gold and white in it. It has to be holy.
And that's where I understand. That's where I go. Okay, atheist. I see what you're saying. And I think that a lot of us will admit that, like, okay, I see what they're saying about this and about this religion and about this religion. I honestly agree with a lot of it, but they don't know when to wake up, and they don't know when the truth starts, and they don't know that, and they don't realize how obvious would it be if Satan was real. What would he be doing? He would be using God's name against him. Duh, that's the main thing he would try to do. I mean,
exactly.
It's just common sense. I mean, how do I get these urges to do things that I really shouldn't do? I mean, this is my evolution. I'm supposed to do. It's just evolution, We just want to have sex and reproduce, and that's not, any type of influence. That's just Mother Nature,
Yeah. I mean.
And I go on a lot of tangents.
I don't know. I don't think they understand until you recognize yourself as a sinner. You really can't see the difference between the fleshly ways and the spiritual ways. They can't see it. They think it's all in one. They think sex is good because the TV told them that sex was good. They can't see that homosexuality is bad because, the TV told them. I think it started probably Seinfeld. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. They think homosexuality is good. I mean, and now people are starting to talk about incest amongst each other and.
Oh man, huh?
And being with children as the next thing, the next sexual craze. And I'm looking at that stuff and it's like, what is wrong with you people?
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. That's normal through the elitist perversion empires, I believe, for the
yeah.
last 2,000 years. Yeah.
Yeah, psychology, newest psychology DSMV, I think is what it's called, now says that attraction to children is just another sexual orientation. It's not a disorder anymore.
Right, and let me be honest with you. I dare you to find somebody that believes in evolution to explain to you why it's wrong. 'Cause
Why child molestation would be wrong?
no, they can't tell you why child rape is wrong because look at it, natural selection, survival. That's what evolution's about.
Yeah, but they can't breed.
Yeah, right. They're going to say that it does. No, but you got to realize that these people cannot. They cannot tell you why it is wrong because that is part of their belief. If they believe in the fittest and the best genetics and the best survival, that's part of their religion. Is my point, and they automatically hide from that reality that they believe in. They can't admit that they have no way to say rape is wrong. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't.
I don't.
They can try, but they can't.
How long? What year? How long will it take, Pillbox or Shannon, in your opinion? Let's see. We're just getting, I guess, same-sex marriage legalized in America. It's almost there. I say probably like another 2-3 years. We'll probably have it full blown. So how many years from now you think before we'll get the marches in the streets about letting men marry boys? Before NAMLA. Is that what it's called, NAMLA?
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I say about 10, 15 years.
I'm
10,
scared.
15
I
years?
just think it's just scary.
Maybe sooner.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Pillbox? You don't believe in marriage equality? Are you some sort of bigot?
Oh my gosh, this is such a scary subject. It's one of the ones where I start to like. I guess what am I, stuttering? Because I really get disgusted by this stuff too much. I would rather, this is like the abortion topic. It's just so disturbing. What am I going to say to these people? I don't know. I just don't know what's wrong with these people. The problem is that they're complaining about something that's fictitious. It's not illegal to marry. Homosexuals can marry. That's not illegal. What they're talking about is they want benefits and a marriage license and all this other stuff. That's what they're complaining about. They're not complaining about being married. They want all these government things, just like everybody it's just another greed thing. People are greedy. We want. Are you kidding? Like, as far as like the way I look at it, like, I mean, I just think it's just more greed, more selfishness, and that's what it comes down to.
Speaking of the gay agenda and greed, did you see the commercial for Burger King's Proud Whopper?
No.
Well, basically, it's a regular wrapper wrapped into this like rainbow paper, and in this commercial, people are crying. They're crying over a burger because it's wrapped in like rainbow paper, and they're like, "We support you." And I'm like, don't you see that they're, monetizing over your agenda here? They're ripping you off, and I don't understand why they can't see that they're using them. Oh. Anyone here?
Sorry, I was too busy puking. What was going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. You puking over the homosexuals? Or are you actually sick? If you're sick, I'm so sorry, honey.
They get on me because they say, I'm using a slippery slope fallacy about how, one will lead into the other if you let one sexual deviant behavior go into another. But this is a sad fact of reality, and people don't like to hear this. But a lot of these people who run these, man-boy love associations, or people who support, bestiality and stuff, these used to be gay rights activists. I don't know how many people realize that, but the liberals who fight for gay rights also go on to fight for these other even more perverse sexual behaviors. And it's just like that's enough evidence. I mean, there you go. I mean, if you don't nip it in the butt, it will just grow into a bigger weed. Gotta rip
Yep,
the weed out.
you
So when
do.
they laugh at me and they say, "Oh, J-Dubs, you're just being paranoid." No, no one's going to be arguing for bestiality. No one's going to be arguing for pedophilia. Well, they are now. What do you mean they're not? They are now. Go to NAMBLA.com.
Yeah, and
They're founded by homosexuals. Homosexuals founded those agencies, or whatever the fuck you want to call them.
also again, they forgot to look in their history books because I believe Rome was totally pro everything sexually. And so if human beings aren't capable of doing that stuff, well, they were in Rome, so they're doing
Yeah,
it now.
they would marry animals and then elect them to be governors, right? Caligula, wasn't that his name, who married his horse?
Caligula was a freak.
Yeah.
He was, that man was disgusting.
Did we lose Pillbox? I think maybe the wife called him in or something.
Yeah, honey.
No, I just had to go get something to eat. I don't know how you guys do this.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late over here too.
Yep.
Yeah.
What time is it over by you, Pillbox?
11:40.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's 1:40 here.
Yeah, I'm in the future.
Yeah,
You're
we
in
can
New
wrap
York,
it
so
up. If you guys want to wrap it up, it's no problem. I mean, we're still live, but we could wrap it up and if you want.
I did put
Yeah,
the
that's
link
fine.
out there. I'm just a little disappointed that we didn't get any zoo animals coming in.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. I've been giving them some beatings lately. There's probably a reason.
Yeah, if you're in a good hangout, Pillbox, when you're really laying the smackdown, giving them the
Yeah.
people's elbow, throw me a link. Tell hey J-Dubs, I'm putting the animals back in the cages. Come watch.
Every time I go to one of their every single time, you've got to see it. I mean, when JD does his Talking Shit Tuesdays, it's like bashing the hamsters coming out of the thing when you're in the what are those, golfers or something? You're just bashing that one next.
Oh, the wackadoo.
Yeah, the wackadoo, those beavers or whatever they are. Boom, boom, man. And then
I can't do JD. I can't.
I can't do JD either. Ugh, he's too much for me.
He's got his his points. It's interesting. Is he a God hater? I'm still trying to figure out.
I think he doesn't take anything seriously.
I really do want to look for new hangouts. I'm tired of. I go to these hangouts and I'm with Reuven, and sometimes I'll do Brother John. Brother John has a good hangout, but then I've been going to these other hangouts, and it's like I can't take it anymore. I need to listen to some good people say good things for a while now. So do you have any? Someone's over there snoring. Hey, you have any good suggestions, Pillbox, for some good hangouts?
Not really. Sadly to say, there is not a lot of theist leadership. I think the Idol Smasher, is really cool. I mean, we've already mentioned him. I don't try to complicate things. If there's one or two people that know what they're doing, I'm good. I mean, Idol Smasher seems like he's got a lot of stuff figured out. He's got some brilliant knowledge too about of some things, and he's very, very good at explaining them. And he's excellent at destroying, atheistic theories. So that's why I told you, anytime he wants to do something, I mean, I'm always game for Idol Smasher. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, I do think true empiricism, and I don't care that the atheist thing, he does do a good job. Ronnie absolutely slaps them around and is actually cordial and nice and doesn't get ridiculous, and it's not always about him and you got to do that. He doesn't do, you know what I mean? He's actually a cool dude and does a great job. And I think Veckel's all right. I think Veckel does great, and I think there's some good theists out there, and a lot of them Christians, and some that are not Christians. And that's, I'm gonna hang out with the people that I know are those types of people, whether it's you or, I don't have a problem with John Diaz, anybody that can just be civil and cool, and that's the way I look at it, because I don't hang out with, G-Man or any of these other, I don't, when he does a hangout, I'm not there. I'll hang out with Becco and the other guys, but
What can you why don't you like G-Man, if you don't mind me asking?
it's just always about him, and it's not about God, it's about him all the time. So
That's true. He does. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, it's
That's my
annoying.
biggest problem with him.
Yeah. Whatever.
Oh,
And if I mean if I was in a room with you, Shadubs, and these people talk to me that way, you'd probably slap them around. Instead he questions me that why am I attacking these people that are making literally criminal accusations sometimes. It's like, what are you
Oh,
doing?
he does that to you?
Well, today he jumped
yeah.
on me. Yeah, why don't you tell him? I mean, Shannon, we don't have to tell him, but I mean today, when somebody started calling me sexist, and I got mad at them, and I of course exposed how much they were lying and that they were a coward. G-Man attacked me because of course it's a woman. He has to rescue the damsel in distress, So.
But it's
did you
okay
say
to attack me though.
Right,
Oh,
it's okay.
did Was it a woman that goes by like starts with an L or something like that?
No.
Oh.
No, her name's very similar to mine.
Oh, she believes in God, but not a Bible God, right? You talking about her? She
Yeah.
has like tattoos and piercings and shit all over her face, all over her body. Yeah, her. Oh, she called you a sexist. Oh yeah,
I'm a sexist.
That particular woman is Lily. Let's just call her Lilith. That's what she is. She's a Lilith. She's a succubus,
I don't know. I don't know why it has to go to them.
If I feel bad for Adam that he had that fucking C word for a wife, Ugh, I would have fucking ate from a tree too. Get me out of here, God. Crunch,
Oh man! Wow. That's weird. I don't know about that. That's crazy. I think he pissed her off, bro. He really pissed off Eve, and she went away, and she found that tree, and she was so pissed at Adam, she grabbed
Well, I'm not
that.
talking about Eve. I'm talking about Lilith.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? I have read some stuff about that. I haven't come to a conclusion yet. Yeah, I don't know yet.
Well, Lilith was Adam's first wife.
Well, it doesn't say that in the Bible. That's my problem. I'm a Bible believer. I don't know, how all that works. I don't know.
Yeah, Lilith is Kabbalah.
Well, I
Oh.
mean, I subscribe to Kabbalah, so I mean,
Okay.
Oh.
I guess I'm a mystic. I guess I don't know.
I don't even know, man. I just
Well, Lilith
I have
is
researched that years ago.
well, the Lilith comes from Genesis chapter 1, day 6. When God created man and woman together. Lilith is like, from a Jewish perspective, Lilith is like the first feminist. She demanded, because she was made equal to Adam, she believed that she had Adam had no right to tell her what to do, and that she was.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying? So
Like she was an Amazon woman, like 8 feet tall, and would slap Adam around.
Right, she's one of them.
Yeah.
She's one of them.
Cool.
So Eve would be from him. You know what I mean? You would get, chapter 2. You would get Adam. Would be to God saying, "I needed someone who's actually my partner." And then there's his, that's. I guess you could say Lilith wasn't really his first wife. You get more like some, bimbo he was dating. I guess you can say. And then he got a proper wife. Eve would be his proper wife.
Well, isn't the myth with Lilith she ended up getting pregnant and smashing the baby's head on the rock, and that's where all the evil spirits came from?
Lilith is said to believe when she rebelled against Adam and God. Of course, Jews believe that they had kids together. Adam and Lilith had kids together, and God said, if you don't, because you rebelled, I'm gonna have to destroy your children because they're going to be like you, evil, and I can't allow that. And so that's why, from a mystic point of view, this is why children die, is because Lilith is killing them in revenge. Like Lilith is the reason why we have southern baby death syndrome. I don't know if you ever heard of that. Like why a perfectly healthy infant born will just instantly die for no reason. The Jewish people believe that it's because of Lilith is angry, and that's why she's doing it. It's out of hate for God, and she won't come back. So I don't know.
Yeah. And she was actually what was named after the Lilith Fair. So.
Lilith
And then
Affair, I
another-
don't know what that is.
The Lilith Fair?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's a musical festival with all females. You know, promoting, harried armed women who like to suck each other's faces, basically.
Yeah, Lilith is probably probably a lesbian, probably.
Oh yeah, she wanted control of Adam, but I consider that as just Jewish folklore. I don't really put it to truth. I believe there may be a spirit behind her. I think her spirit's name is Lilitu, but whatever. I digress.
Interesting. There is probably something about it, though. That's the worst part about this is all we have is 2% of the story. We don't have a lot. We have very, very little. It's just the basics. There's no, even the details. There's just so much we don't know that's going on. I mean, the world is in the world that we're talking about, especially that long ago, is just unfathomable. We don't even have a clue of just even the world, what it looked like. I mean, the vegetation, the animals, how tall, big were these? They could have been average 8 feet tall. We don't know. There's so many things we absolutely don't have a clue. I mean, what were they wearing? These are the most intelligent people that have ever lived, really. The first 1,000 years. That's what I believe. I think that's obvious, but we don't even. If we saw it for 5 seconds, we'd probably throw up. I mean, there's just nothing. It would be just so ridiculous. This world that we don't even know.
Oh, I think it would be pretty interesting knowing how it looked like. And I don't know. I just think it would be really cool. I want to go back to that time, actually.
Yeah.
Better than this time.
Oh, I agree, absolutely. I mean, what do you think, Shay Dubs? I mean, I know that you believe in an afterlife or something like that with God, right?
Well, not in the colloquial Christian sense of an afterlife, where I'm going to be walking around and stuff.
No, but do you believe that one day that there will be, a time where God's going to be like, all right, hey, you made it, here you go, something like that, in a general sense. There's no way we can describe it, but you understand, like, hey, you are going to stick around, or something. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, I do believe that our soul returns to the Creator eventually, yeah.
Would you agree that eternity might not be that bad?
Might not be that bad.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people say, oh, eternity, that would be ridiculous. I'd want to die. And I look at it and go, are you kidding? I'd farm and make my own food for eternity. And, in this without electronics, if I could live that way. That's the way I look at it. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird.
Yeah, eternity doesn't sound too bad, yeah.
I just don't think it's that bad. I mean, isn't it just like waking up tomorrow? Isn't it kind of the norm? I mean...
Well, I mean, I hope I don't live it forever, and I have someone like Lilith as my wife.
You did it wrong.
Oh man, I don't think women quite understand that if you're going to be feminist and be hyper-feminist, it's a complete and utter turn-off to men. Men do not want women like that. They like their women subservient. I don't get why women think they have to be the boss.
Well, actually, I'm not going to say you're entirely wrong, but I will say that I do love the fact that my wife is very, I guess, intelligent and understands things, is able to do things like, we can do things together, and, we'll do the exact same thing in a sense, and it's kind of like a very equal relationship. It's like 50-50 literally, and as much as I can make it that way, or sometimes maybe I'll give her control if she's, if she knows what she's doing.
I always look at women as actually the real head of the household, not the man. It's the woman who takes care of the children, runs the household, pays the bills. It's like that old saying, like a housewife's job never ends. I don't know if anyone ever heard that.
Well, yeah, don't you agree with that, Shannon? That's pretty much what you're about. I mean, you're about the woman controlling the house.
Well, my husband
I'm just a dumb. A man is just a dum-dum that just goes out to work every day.
I just hope. I look at it this way. I don't run the house. My husband does. He makes most of the decisions, or he has the last say to the decisions. But I certainly help him as much as I can.
That's kind of odd, because it's usually like the woman makes the final decisions, and if the man doesn't like it, well, he gets a frying pan upside the head.
Well, that's
just usually the
feminism.
Way it goes. Well, that's not feminism, no. Feminism would be saying...
I think it's wrong. I think a man should be the leader. It feels better that way.
Well, yeah, it's easier for you, Shannon.
It's certainly more natural feeling.
Oh, man. Yeah, I will say that I do have to make some decisions, and yeah, they are my responsibility, and I'm willing to take the responsibility.
A woman is naturally inclined to a man to obey them, if they like it or not. But a woman will obey her husband if she needs to.
I'd love to ask some of these people, how do people justify, I mean, I hate going back to it, but evolution would make one sex weaker than the other? The one that needs to protect the kid? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know.
I still don't get evolution. Like I said earlier today, it's like, someone saying to me, well, if you copy a Britney Spears album 1,000,000 times, eventually it will turn into a Christina Aguilera. That's what they're saying. That's what I hear anyway.
Well, it's definitely no worse than what they say. That's exactly what they're saying. They're saying enough problems over time, and now it's this. It's exactly right. And that's what we know. Every time something is copied, the chances are it might have a risk of not being copied perfectly. There's no way it can be copied better, but people are stupid.
Well, actually, it is copied imperfectly. Every time you burn a disc or a movie disc or anything like that, there are a percentage of errors that happen during the burning process. The thing is that we have enough. The player has enough technology to understand those errors to make it correct. But if let's say that's true, what they're saying, the errors become different and then becomes evolved. Okay, so if I take a Britney Spears disc that's been copied with errors in it, and I make another copy with even more errors, and you keep doing that enough times, shouldn't the errors become something else in the end? But it never does.
I know, exactly right. It's not going to become Christina Aguilera or Celine Dion or Michael Jackson. Right. It's a totally different deal, and that's exactly right. When you have a gene pool, that's why it's called a gene pool. It never makes genes outside of its gene pool. How is that so hard to understand? If you have genes to make a human being, you're never going to have genetics to have wings or scales or giant horns or 6 foot. I don't know what to say. A 6 foot long tail. There's not, the information's not there. It has to be selected from the gene pool. I just don't understand why this is not hard to comprehend. This is just very basic biology. I'm sorry to the atheist viewer right now who's watching us, because he probably is right now, reporting my video to terms of service or something. But that's all there is to it.
Oh yeah, I'll probably have a couple of videos made about me today. That's okay.
Oh well, Shannon's at it again. Yeah, I love those videos.
Oh man.
More craziness from Shannon. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I mean, they say I'm so psychotic, but why would they want to push the buttons of a psychotic person? That's kind of stupid.
Well, why is it that they have to attack somebody that they consider down? See, they can only attack people when they think they're down. No, that's the type of
Right,
heroic people they are.
If you think about it, they're really hateful bullies when they think about it, because they say you shouldn't abuse people who are, mentally ill or challenged. And if that's what we are, right? If I'm mentally challenged, as Shannon and Bill Buck, that means they're bullying mentally challenged people, and they're admitting to it, and they love it.
Right.
So they're really evil. They're even more evil than what they realize.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, they realize there is no that's what they say. There is no evil. Actually, I think some of them.
Right, and there's no objective morality. It's all subjective, but you're still wrong anyway. Even though it's subjective, you're wrong.
Gosh, man, isn't that crazy?
I love it.
Nothing's objective, but I'm right. What? This is what they say this every time. Well, why are we having this discussion? Oh, because you're wrong. Oh, okay.
But there is no truth, so how am I wrong?
You just don't understand it.
Oh, okay.
You just don't understand it because atheists know everything and you don't know anything. Or evolutionists know everything.
Well, I once known everything. I was an atheist. Back in those days. Yay.
And you knew you came from monkeys, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It gave me a purpose in life to worship celebrities.
Exactly.
I mean, really, what do you have?
Exactly.
What do you have if you're an atheist? Really, celebrities, TVs, video games. It's pretty much what you can put your full attention on. You don't have anything.
I know, and anytime they need something, these people with these mindsets, they don't work on anything. The Christian or the theist community, let's face it, are the ones that work on things and do, mechanics and carpentry and woodworking and house building and you name it. Those are the theists, 90%. I mean, it's not even close. People in the working industry, the working class people that actually run the world, that actually repair and service things, because of the second law of thermodynamics, those people are the ones that, understand reality. That's why when you have these elitists that just pay for people to do all the work for them, have no clue what reality is because they never put their hands on it.
Yep. Exactly.
How are you supposed to what? You just have people fish for you, so you never learn how to fish. You have people fix all your stuff for you. I asked a very simple question today about, Automotive 101. I don't know if, Shadubs knows. Shadubs, if I asked you if you knew what the 4 strokes of an internal combustion engine were, would you be able to tell me?
No, sir.
But you know what? Have you ever driven a car?
I have, yes.
So you don't have to know how that works to drive a car, do you?
That's correct, sir.
And you don't have to know anything. You don't have to know how the transmission works, what the compression ratio of your engine is, what gear ratio your rear end is. You don't have to know any of that. And you can drive that car just fine, and you might be able to even race it faster than other race car drivers. And my point is, people can think they believe in evolution and not have a single clue of how they think it works.
I've been told by atheists that I have no right to talk about anything since I don't have a PhD or I don't have any sort of a diploma of any kind. That I'm not allowed to speak even on the subject. You ever heard these arguments? Yeah. It's a fallacious argument, by the way, saying that someone has to. That's I forget what fallacy that is, but it's a fallacy.
Well, I think that's perfect. What does that say about Native Americans and people in Africa? And that just says that they're just stupid, primitive, non-humans, right?
Yeah.
So they're just admitting that. They're just admitting how sick and racist they are. That they think that these people are uneducated primitives. They don't go to school, so they must be they're subhuman.
I love how atheists, they always coming up with a new fallacy. Every week it seems like a new fallacy is invented. And they're the ones that use it the most. They're always pulling fallacies out of their ass. Whether there's a straw man, I hear it all the time with you pillbox in a room with an atheist, and they straw man your position.
Oh yeah.
They ad homs.
Absolutely.
the appeal to 90% of atheists believe this. Well, that's an appeal to authority. They just love it. They just love doing that.
Oh, I
we
love
can't,
that. Yeah.
we can't use Moses and Jesus and God as our authority, but it's okay to use Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, the gods of atheism, though. Oh, use the gods of atheism all you want, but
Right. Any source that says it's evolution, like, what is it, Talk Origins, those are the only websites that have any credibility. If it's not an evolutionist backing website, it's obviously just a lying creationist, fraud website. That's what every time.
Yeah.
And by the way, all scientists agree with evolution. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know that all scientists agree with evolution? So if you don't, then you're just obviously a psychopath and you hate science, when obviously we know that that's probably the biggest fallacy they can use, because obviously we know that most scientists, I think worldwide, might not think that. And we know all through history, all of the scientific branches were created by creationists, and most of which were Christian. Those were the geniuses of our time, including, the father of history, the modern geology, and even physics. So what can you say? They don't want to believe in anything. They don't want to believe any history, any science. And if you just don't believe in their religion, you're psychotic. So they have no choice, though. What choice do they have when they're denying all of reality? They have no choice but to make false accusations, lie, ad hominems, those straw man, constant straw man, and then these assertions. How about when you talk? What's his name? Ben from Europe, man. He just goes into this mantra philosophy of, the climate change, and then this animal, and then see if you look out of it, and then millions of years later, and they're just giving you these religious mantras that have nothing to do with science and just about what they believe in their mind. That's all you ever get. And then they'll go, I just explained it to you. It's like, you just told me your religion. You didn't give me any type of scientific evidence. Oh.
Yeah.
But that's what they were told, so, you know.
Right, so you don't understand it. The same answer every time. You just don't understand how evolution works. And you're a primitive, basically. I'm waiting to know what the next thing is. The next thing is that they're going to start saying, well, yeah, actually, we should start killing all of you because you're primitives. That's what I think. That's the next thing.
Oh, I talked to this one evolution atheist called Abel. You gotta check this guy out. He wants people exterminated because of low IQ.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow, he sounds like Hitler.
And they shouldn't even be allowed to breed either. Like if two people have sex and they're having a baby, and it's like they discover like the baby's gonna have a low IQ for some reason. I don't know how you would even. I don't know technology.
Oh wow! Yeah.
He says it shouldn't even be allowed to be born.
Well, yeah, that's 100% eugenics right there. What this is eugenics, obviously a product of evolution.
You want me to bring him in here? No, actually, you know what? I don't want to bring him in here.
I'd love to chop his head off, but if you do, it's all good.
I don't know. It'd become a zoo.
Yeah, but there's no risk. It doesn't really matter, come or go. I mean, it doesn't. What are they gonna? Okay. I don't care. It just doesn't matter. What are they gonna do?
All right, I'll get Abel.
They're gonna tell us we're stupid and crazy. That's what they're gonna tell us to do.
It's ironic that his name is Abel because he's the first man in history to be propagated by eugenics. if anyone ever read the Bible, Cain exterminates them.
Wow, that's a scary story too. I can imagine what the skies looked like when God saw the first murder like that.
Oh.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine knowing God and then lying to him, to his face? Is that you gotta really? That's the type of mentality we're dealing with now. They know it's that hysterical, and they still do it. So this type of personality is nothing new.
No.
That is. Yeah, go ahead, Shannon.
I wonder what if Cain realized what he did. A lot of times, because there was no death then, until Abel died. So I wonder if he realized he was going to kill his brother, or if it was an accident, because God was awfully merciful to Cain.
Right. Yeah, he was. But could you imagine looking him in the face? This is your creator, and you're thinking you can put a lie past him?
Sorry, I can't help but laugh at that.
Right.
That's just so
That's
stupid.
what we're dealing with. We are dealing with these Cains that think that they can literally. It's exactly what they're doing, and it really shouldn't shock us anymore because somebody thousands of years ago did it to his face. But that's what they're capable of. So there's no reason to be shocked about what these people are doing anymore. It just has to be normal. This is just a normal community that's what we're dealing with. These are normal, strong atheists or whatever they want to call themselves.
What's a strong atheist? Does he work out or something?
I'm not really sure. I can't figure out a lot of the terms. No matter what, if you ask them what they are, they won't tell you. And then are you atheist? No. Okay. So do they even ever tell you what they are? No. If you ask for a worldview, how many hangouts that we used to be on, Shay Dubs, were the only question I would ask these people is, what's your worldview? And I could never get an answer.
I always hate the term atheist as a response to what you believe. Like, I ask people, what do you believe in? And they go, well, I'm an atheist. Well, I'm not asking you what you don't believe in. I'm asking you what you do believe in. Because atheist, by definition, means without theism. You lack theism. That's something you. It's like me. It's like someone coming to me, pillbox, and going, "Hey, J-Dubs, what race are you?" And I would say, "Well, I'm black. I'm without black." No, I'm not asking you what you aren't. I'm asking you what you are, asshole. No, I'm A short. No. How tall are you? Well, I'm A short. No. How tall are you? Well, I'm A short. I'm without shortness. How tall are you? Well, I lack shortness. Oh God, it's like fuck you. It's like that's what
Right.
That's what it is. That's how silly it is. Atheism.
Right, but they can't give you an answer. I mean, how many times did we do that and I couldn't even get an answer? Their answer would be, what do you mean by worldview? They don't understand basic word comprehension.
I know. Define this.
That's exactly what they constantly do. I first need to know what you mean by information.
Right, yeah.
That's like constantly. What do you don't know what information means? It says code, and guess what RNA says? Code also. And this is what the scientists are saying. This is not a creationist viewpoint, and they'll deny it till they're blue in the face. Deny it. Sick. It's not a code. It just looks like it. You don't understand. It's really just chemicals. Okay, I got it. You're calling it a code. You shouldn't be calling it a... Okay. Am I lying? I don't know.
I'm gonna be in a mental institution in a few days if I keep going the way I am. These people. I should just click. I should just check myself into a clinic before it's too late. That's for sure. It really is. It feels that way. It's like asking someone how tall they are, and their answer is, "Well, I'm A short. I'm lacking shortness." It's like I'm asking you not what you aren't. I'm asking you what you are, and you can't give me an answer. It's aggravating.
Why can't they just admit I'm a naturalist and I believe in evolution? Why can't they just say that? Because that's what every single one of them thinks.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, except for the deists. There's some different, but the 99% of these these whatever evolutionary believers, they're naturalistic evolutionists.
That's what I'm gonna do from now on, guys. When someone asks me what's my theological belief, I'm just gonna say, well, I'm a Muslim. I'm without Muslim. I'm Islam. I'm Islam. I'm without Islam. I lack Islam. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a Buddhist. I lack Buddhism. I'm just gonna go down the list. I'm gonna just give you everything what I'm not instead of what I am.
Right. That makes sense actually. Yeah.
Because when someone asks you what do you believe in, you always give them what you don't believe in first. But then that's a logical, rational, reasonable logic of an atheist, right? You give the person what you didn't ask for than what they did ask for, Very much logic. A lot of logic in those people.
Oh yeah, they have the most logical minds, and they are the most civilized, and they have the best etiquette, and so.
Millions of years of squirrels jumping out of trees and killing themselves. Eventually, one squirrel grew skin underneath their arms and flew away.
The flying squirrel was born.
Yes, rodents jumping out of trees and evolved into marsupials that can fly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. They got it right, and it's amazing how that happened. Yeah. It's astonishing. Yeah. I mean, when did the squirrel start to try to jump when there was not a branch? I mean, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Because remember, all of them always tell you that it's very small changes. When did the wing actually start to work to catch air? Wasn't there some issues before it didn't catch air? I mean...
Yeah, wouldn't the squirrel die, hence wiping the flying squirrel out?
Right, don't they have to keep starting over? I mean, isn't this kind of difficult? How is this going to work?
Well, see, what happens is the dead squirrel with the extra wing, telepathically, spiritually, when they're dead, transmits the information to the living one.
Oh!
Like it's a John Edwards show on television,
That's what it was. It was back then the third eye was on, so that animals would evolve telling each other things with the third eye. Oh, by the way, make sure you jump a little harder next time because I didn't make it.
Exactly.
But one of my favorite dinosaurs, or dragons, actually, more appropriate the name, is the Triceratops. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Monster of a dragon. We're talking, twice the size of an elephant. With these 5, 10, whatever, 6-foot long horns on their head. I guess for millions of years they kept getting eaten by, carnosaurs, and then eventually started growing horns. Shay.
Have you, anyone in the room ever got to watch the Noah movie yet? Russell Crowe?
No, I won't watch it. I don't watch it.
I won't watch it.
Oh, man, it was actually pretty good. I saw it the other day in Blu-ray.
Really?
It was good.
I'm not watching it.
The ending is really cool, though. The ending is real sweet. At the end of the movie, Noah is telling his son, his sons and his family about what his father told him about creation, and then as he's, reading Genesis chapter 1, basically, they're showing abiogenesis and evolution in process.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
So it's like Russell Crowe is basically, he's, my father told me in the beginning there was a void, and then God said, let there be light, and then there was light and it was good, and he's reading Genesis chapter 1, right, to his family. But what you see on television is computer-generated imagery of the Big Bang and the creation of evolution, and like little bacteria jumping out of the water, becoming a fish, and then growing a leg.
God.
And so what the movie, I guess, is trying to tell, it's like, I guess they're trying to say that the Bible teaches evolution and abiogenesis, and you don't really need a God.
Yep.
Wait, he was reading Genesis?
That's so sick.
Well, no. Well, remember, it's orally. He wasn't actually reading from the Bible. He was just speaking it to his kid.
I was about to say, Moses wasn't around then.
Well, I mean, that they took that from Judaism because the Jews believed that it was passed down from Adam. But anyway, the movie is trying to show like, oh, Genesis is just talking about evolution,
Oh yeah, and they believe that. It's just a really elegant, artistic way to describe evolution and the beginning of everything from nothing. Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it?
I did like the movie though. I thought it was pretty good. It was entertaining for 2 hours. I thought Russell Crowe fit as Noah. I thought he looked like a good Noah.
Huh.
His man. It got hateful though. Like there's parts in the movie where like, Mezizyak, is that the king's name? Like, I'm gonna kill you, Noah. I'm gonna kill you and take your boat. I'm gonna rape your wife, and it got really sick, and it was like, wow, it got
Nice.
pretty hateful, and then it's like, and there's like a war going on, like with the children of Cain, the cursed ones. They were like, we're gonna come for you. You're Noah. You're a child of God, and we're gonna wipe you out. You're lying, Noah. God doesn't speak to you. You're a liar, and I'm gonna come and kill you. And they promote this. They promote the children of Cain as atheists, I guess. God doesn't exist anymore. He doesn't talk to us anymore. He doesn't exist.
Okay.
So it's interesting though. I mean, it's just interesting how they, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's interesting, but I just don't feel for movies like that. I just don't want to watch them.
So is there any like Bible movies that you watch? Like another Bible movie I like really a lot is an old one, Ten Commandments of Charlton Heston.
Oh, I love the Ten Commandments.
Charlton Heston.
Yeah,
They're
they're remaking it.
They're gonna screw it up.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
remake it.
I
You
think
can't remake a classic like that.
Yeah, they tried that with RoboCop, and it's an atrocious, horrible mess.
I think and RoboCop was actually a really good movie too, and
Exactly. Peter Weller.
Yeah, and Steven Spielberg is set to direct it and produce
Oh,
it.
he'll ruin it.
He ruined Indiana Jones. How do you ruin Indiana Jones? All you need is Nazis, and then you kill them in the movie, and it's a good Indiana Jones. How do you ruin Indiana Jones?
That's what I always joke with people when they say, "Have you ever watched Indiana Jones?" And I go, "Is that the movie with the Nazis?" It's like people, well, which one? They all, that's what they all are about.
I know. Well, yeah. I think the only one that wasn't, I think, was the Temple of Doom when he went to India and kind of put in that crazy trance, and they were singing the songs, and he was going to kill his friend, and that was interesting. I don't think my dad should have let me watch that when I was 4.
Yeah, that was not a good movie to watch. I mean, he got possessed by Shiva.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Wait, what movie? Your father should never let you watch? What happened?
But when you're 4 or 5 years old, you probably shouldn't watch Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. When he goes in there and all the skulls, and, these satanic people that are down there, and they stole the. It's pretty crazy for a child if you think about it. I mean, that's insane.
And then being dumped in the river of lava. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
That was scary.
Ghostbusters was my favorite movie when I was 4.
Oh, I agree. That was phenomenal. The first, oh yeah, come on.
Well, the second one was an abomination, but the first one was pretty good.
Yeah, the first 45 minutes of the original Ghostbusters is probably the greatest genius comedy in American history.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay. I guess I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, I just think that it's genius. I think the first part of it was genius comedy. Then I think the rest of it was very creative. Work that was just nothing ever like that has ever been done. Ghostbusters was a thing of its own. It was phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray. I mean, that's.
I love Bill Murray. Caddyshack.
Yeah.
Come on, Caddyshack. Anyone see Caddyshack?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Yep. People loved him back then.
No respect whatsoever. Yeah, I love it.
He always get up there like, I gotta do this, man. This guy's badass, man. There was a lot of great talent back then. You don't see that stuff anymore. There's not a lot of talent anymore. I think it's all garbage now.
Oh yeah, I don't watch anything new now. I think the last good show that ever was that 70s show. That's it. It stopped from there.
Then they evolved.
They devolved into this reality TV crap.
Yep. People can't get enough of it. They got to watch that show. I got to watch the show. I got to watch the show. I can't miss my show. Also, there's a game on. I got to watch that too. What's on the news right now? I'm bored anyway. Oh, what's on right now anyway? Let me just sit here for 9 hours a day. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's the number one. I think besides alcoholism, I believe television is the second leading cause of death in America. And that would be another discussion for another time, but that's my conclusion.
Oh yeah.
I get a lot of flack by saying that alcohol should be extremely regulated.
It should be, absolutely. I shouldn't be allowed to drink alcohol.
But people
Why
like to
should
be animals.
alcohol be extremely regulated? I'm just curious about that.
Well, I
I
mean, it's extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
every day it's like someone is either coming home, beating their wife, beating their kids, or they're driving into children while they're riding the bikes, or
Yeah, fatality
they
car
do-
crashes, right.
I mean, it just seems like alcohol kill. I mean, the statistics on alcohol-related deaths are just way too high. And it just
Yeah, you got a point there.
people just go, well, it's my freedom to be a fucking drunk, you know? Who are you? Yeah, well.
And then you got drugs like marijuana, and you got 0 deaths, and you're like, oh, okay, that's fine, whatever.
Well, yeah, we also have people living that that are doing very well that have HIV and cancer that would have died without it. That might be.
Oh
important.
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm totally into medical marijuana. I think it's a wonderful thing, and it's God made. He made the plant.
Yeah, it was a coincidence that a plant evolved that had exactly what we needed to nourish our brains and actually give us all the stimuli and THC to make our body balance out. That's just a coincidence, of course. So that your immune system can function properly, cancer cells die. I mean, I used to, obviously we know what we're talking about here. I mean, I used to have asthma. I don't anymore. So.
Oh yeah, because it
you,
opens up the capillaries. And it opens up the capillaries in your lungs so you can breathe easier. Like, for instance, asthma closes the capillaries, but the THC in the marijuana opens up the capillaries to allow you to breathe.
Right. The American medical industry would have been destroyed 100 years ago if they had not, shut down marijuana. It would have completely annihilated the medical, pharmaceutical industry, for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's a wonder. It's not even a drug. It's a wonder herb.
Right. Exactly.
It pretty much helps everyone, and it heals you easy, and it's like, you just hear all these stories, they're experimenting pretty much in everything marijuana in California. And it's just, they're healthier there than they would be here.
Yes, they're subscribing it to children with autism now, and they're getting phenomenal results, and the kids are being healthier. They're now subscribing it to children. It's completely backwards from what anybody has ever said about it. It's the truth, obviously.
Well, it all started because apparently it made black men rape white women.
Yeah.
That's the propaganda they pushed.
Yep. Boy, I wonder.
You guys ever seen Reefer Madness?
Yeah. I'm just curious. Who would have come up with such an idea? I'm just curious.
The U.S. government.
Oh. No.
Anyway, guys, as much as I love talking about black women raping white women, I have to get going. I have to get some sleep.
Yeah, I need to get some sleep too.
I think we're going to shut it down, everybody. I want to thank y'all for coming by, and it's been fun. What's up, Shay?
Yeah, thank you for letting me come by and run my mouth for a little bit.
Yeah, it's been fun. All right, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, maybe we'll do something some other day.
Very soon.
Absolutely.
Very soon, everybody. Thanks a lot.
All right, night-nights.
All right, God bless.